definitely get a different one. And then the burlap. Where's that going to be? Kenneth Russ, Wolfman, hope all is well. I'm not too bad, cheers dude. How are you doing? There it is. Duck, hello, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Chris Bryan, Ayo, how's it going, man? That's looking pretty good. The main thing that I know, yeah, the fact that it can have a fat engine. I've been looking forward to driving a version of this that can actually, yeah, move a bit. Oh, that sounds good. High range plus. Kenneth Russ, hope Fat Cat is well too. Yeah, funnily enough, he is. Cheers, mate. He, I think he is eating as we speak. He 10 seconds before I started the live stream just appeared next to my legs, and it was like, yep, that's how I know I'm about to do a live stream. It's the exact seconds that he picks. Duck, I am back. Yeah, cool, man. Also, you had some a couple of interesting questions. They do look pretty nice. So do they. I'm gonna go with them because I assume they're the ones that, yeah, come with it. They got like that little blue thing on the centre cap. Just get a massive winch. So you learnt that. I know it's more winch points to scroll through, but submarine sounds pretty good. Yeah, when the boat went under map. Truth lies, well, Wolf. Are you good to see you live? Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. I'm not too bad. Cheers, man. I feel like I've been bitten on my arm though. Sorry, one sec. Yeah, not too bad. Cheers. I don't feel too bad now. I got sleep really late yesterday, so I only had like a couple of hours, and I felt a little bit just like burnt out when I got back up. But yeah, feeling a little bit better now. Again, the cat as well. He was like trying to on my bed, practically trying to spoon me all night. He's loving it. Which is probably hence why I didn't sleep very well, because I was half like I don't want to accidentally kick him off the bed or something when I'm asleep. What's set up? Yeah, well, I'll just go for a little blast in it in a minute because, yeah, I just want to try it. We'll figure out. I'll find some kind of mission eventually. To be fair, AGL does kind of deliver them already in a very drivable state, so I just kind of autopilot go through the menu every time. Just get a yellow one. But yeah, he has got most of the stuff on it. Oh, that's what I like it. In the normal in-game state, it's just like a loaf that had a peanut allergy and went massive, but didn't really gain anything from the situation. This feels like, yeah, just instantly a lot better. Mark Rowe, hey Mr. Wolf, hope you are well. I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. How are you doing? Engine Live, hey Wolf, I hope all is well this weekend. Nice truck, it can do almost anything you throw at it. Yeah, no, already just quick first impressions, it feels, yeah, very nice, and again, I appreciate it, because, yeah, it's not really been doing it for me in the normal in-game version. This is way more, just more fun. More risky and just all sorts. It's like, yeah, just better. See, and the frame rate doesn't know what to do. Truth lies, nice job on the Burlak AGL. Yeah, Definitely agree with that. See, but it can still drive like same mode. Obviously I can mash the gears and try and get it up to flat out, or if we're just pulling off then it's, yeah. It's a very good balance. Because some mods in this game you have to kind of lose one to have the other. Some of them are like, if they're powered right, they're weak at the bottom end. If they're powered well, they're a bit nuts at the low end or whatever. And yeah, but you get a pretty good combination where it's just, yeah, it's certainly drivable normal, and you can go down into like that sort of stuff. If you want to just mash the gears, or yeah, all those high range. Sorry, I'll just kind of autopilot went into that. Or yeah, mash the gears and get as high up the auto box as you can. Gonna have to go flying down here and find a jump. Probably be rude not to. Immersion drive, thank you. Yeah, no worries, dude. It's yeah, they usually are, but this is feeling good. And again, it's just more. The vanilla version really needed it. Like, oh, look at that. Loaf would have been proud of that one. Hey, AGL, the Burlak is amazing. Yep, definitely. Justin Lynch, hello. How's it going, dude? Good to have you join us for the old stream. AGL, even added your favourite Zoom gearbox. I appreciate it, dude. I do love the Zoom gearbox. Yeah, in theory, I've kind of said to myself, I need to try some of your other gearboxes. I think I might have tried one or two, but a combination of autopilot, yeah, I go straight to the Zoom box. It works, it's one of them, it's like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And yeah, I appreciate it, because I do love that gearbox. See, and I don't ultimately see the harm if the vehicle was like this in game to a degree, even if, say, then it had a little less power, but it could at least drive at this pace and all the rest of it. I know you get around some of the maps a bit quicker or whatever, but at that point I just think, well, I'll take the long route, go like the long scenic route. Will Holden Harrison, the wolf emerges from his, okay, not, no, not again. Oop, for the third time. What's that? Sorry, did I miss your comment? I apologise if I did. Yeah, I was a little late today, just running a bit behind. I just quickly ate something before I started the stream, otherwise I knew in about half an hour I'll be starving. See, my cat took that as a, like, oh, we eating, are we? If you insist. Sorry if I missed that one. That's alright, it was the next one I wanted to get, this one. There. Oh, it is here, sorry. Well, you know what, I'm going back, so I completely fucked that up. I couldn't see that for a sec, I just remember it was near that ski lift post. But kind of screwed both of them up. Yeah, Joe, okay. No, it's cool, man. I just, I need to open my phone, but it's been pretty bad for the last few hours. I even tried earlier to get that, to write that note. I started writing that I'll be doing a live stream in 5 minutes at 2 in the morning. That's how much it manages to long everything out at the minute. Yeah, YouTube kept crashing out to reset my phone, and then I tried to write it on notes to copy it over to YouTube just so it doesn't crash while I'm typing it, and then it wouldn't even paste from notes, I assume, because there's not enough memory. Oh, do you know what? Did I put the Zoom gearbox in this? I'll have to go back and check. I just was kind of knocking it. Yeah, that one, this jump seriously blends in. Especially, I think the headlights on as well kind of makes it all a very clean white. I mean, it's certainly ripping along nicely. I was joking because I've said the phase the wolf emerges from his den. Eventually I do. Well, again, I mean, like, that video yesterday was an absolute whopper. Like, it doesn't do it justice how much time and effort and faffing around and everything just to get that bloody video done. And it's one of them, because I've been busy and not been doing as many videos recently or anything, I've not been able to. For that one, I really was like, right, I'm gonna postpone some other stuff that I really need to get done, get stuck in, get a video out, and then yeah, it wasn't, because just to clarify the difference, the last few phases I've had a lot of blue screens and all that, and touch wood, this phase has been incredibly non-glitchy in that sense. The bugs I was getting are ones that are just the little background things that are just kind of, they've accumulated really. Like, with each phase they update, it sometimes breaks some stuff, but they never really go back and polish it and fix it. Hello, Lister. Hello, Mr. Lone Wolf, and chat at AGL, another great mod. Yeah, sorry, hang on, because I think I do keep missing one or two comments. What the hell? Moderation or something. Jamie Bastien, sorry, dude. Yeah, how's it going, dude? Sorry, it cut your name off, so I didn't know who I was talking to. Ah, there's the zoom. Do you know what? That was it. I went down to, I saw high range plus, which just naturally the word high range and plus sounded pretty tempting. Right, we'll go and find. Definitely. Oh, life. Rear-ended pretty good. He's got damn professional. He took it. I'll go and find a mission. May not head directly there. It doesn't really. Oh, I can hear. Sorry. Turn my hear like myself talking on my phone. Oh yeah, log trailer. Was it this one? Do you know what that? Can this? Well, this one I'd imagine can. Can the normal Bearlac have a log trailer? Because there might have been 3 missions the other day. Yeah, that was like I wasted one whole day that was pretty much gone trying to pick other missions, and there's so much stuff that the main thing I kind of found, it's not the end of the world on Livestream, because it's going to be, in theory, I'll pick some stuff. Let's just do that. I think I've got a generator there, yeah. But you go to look at a mission, and then you sort of, yeah, go to build a setup, and then various trucks can't have this, that, and everything. But burning a lot of time kind of just going through all the missions, and then it'll sort of say, oh, you got to go, but you need wooden planks, but then you need that place, and then you have to go and take a generator here, and it's, again, you kind of chase your tail a bit in that respect. And then, I don't know, it's just one of them where it feels very faffing around. Like, there's one where you have to build cabins, and part of building them, you have to, I think, wooden planks and metal rolls, maybe. I remember wooden planks being one of them. And you can craft wooden planks at the same place you can craft the cabin. So it's just a longer version of, you're going to have to go out of that menu, go into the other menu, craft planks, possibly load them onto your truck. It might count as in the storage, but do you know what I mean? It's just a little bit like, if we can craft them anyway from the same place, just cut out the middleman and let us craft cabins. And yeah, like, that was a pretty minor thing. That was just on top of everything else. And it was one of them, it just, yeah, between trying to set trucks up, particularly this thing, like I say, I was trying to get this in a video. And it just kept being like, it can have every trailer except the one I want. And yeah, all sorts of stuff just was not quite working. It's just, all I mean is, like, considering they've added this truck in this phase, you'd think there'd be a bit more to do. Like, specifically with this vehicle. But it doesn't feel very well suited to a lot of the missions. It would have helped if I'd brought a trailer, I'll be honest. There's the one over here. It's the kind of thing I might do. But I don't know if there is. Oh wait, we're in submarine mode, so I would actually like to cross the river, and I think the garage is only on the other side. Jane Baston. By the way, do we know the status of the new update? Is that, do you mean like the next phase coming out, or are we talking like, I don't know, some kind of like patch or update for this? This is where I crossed the old loaf the other, I was going to say the other day, it's probably like a good week ago. Oh, for fun. Even against the current, which is not easy because this game is a bit overzealous on the strength of the current sometimes. I don't think that's current at the minute. I think I'm kind of balanced a weird rock. You can see it feels like, yeah, it doesn't really bother me. I just mean in the sense that there's not really, even mod trucks, like when you get in certain bits with the current, it really is like ruthless. So I don't think it's the current, it's more, yeah, these rocks are not very drive out of the shore friendly. Duck, if you were to add an add-on in the game, what would it do? To be honest, it's a good question. Off the top of my head, I've always sort of said like a customizable roof rack that we could add more or less tyres, fuel, repairs, that sort of stuff. I'd have to have a little think. If I could really add anything, then it's a tough one to kind of... I probably wouldn't pick what I'd actually choose. Like right now, I'd have to think about that one a little bit, but it's yeah, just off the top of my head, I'd definitely say like a customizable roof rack. I think that may have been catered to, I don't know, but I remember hearing something about some kind of like, or it might be the trailers, I don't know. Alright, I think that means the new truck tyres DLC. Jane Bastion. I'd heard there would be a Season 11 update with an added DLC truck. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I have no idea to be honest, but I know what you mean now. Robert Lozier, good evening all. Hello Mr. Wolfie sir. Found me a nasty glitch in Duncan Bay. Here we go again. Is it? Yeah. It wasn't too bad. The boat flying around for me was probably the main thing. I did get a few blue screens, particularly by the time I quit the game, but that didn't really affect me too badly. I think I only need 2... You know, I'll just get a ramped flatbed just out. I suppose the fact that it wouldn't let me have one on the normal truck. Yeah, I appreciate it though, dude. Yeah, cheers for popping in. And yeah, glitches is just like, I suppose blue screens and glitches were like, yeah, that sort of thing. And I've actually not had a lot of that this phase, but... And yeah, yesterday's video, there was loads I edited. I had, yeah, about 10 hours of footage, so I just had to delete like 90% of it or whatever. But yeah, it was just the same repeated bugs, like the amount of times it just wouldn't let me attach a winch to the road train that's going on or whatever, when it's like clearly on like a loaf length away from the vehicle or whatever, so it definitely wasn't like it couldn't reach or anything. It just, yeah, and there was 50 other different bugs that absolutely dragged it out to the point where it kind of became funny just how ridiculous it was getting. Can't go for a second on the stream. I wish I could go back to like life when I could talk properly. The screen freezing up. Jane Bastion, thank you, Mark Rowe. Robert Lozier. Saw and loved the boat trick. What was that? Rocky Old Balboa. True, I remember that. I do say some random shit every now and then, which is I mean, I don't regret it. Yeah. Kind of removed all the pointless math stuff they taught me at school. It was like, just, yeah, tell my brain just to make some stupid comments instead. Yeah, I did, though. The boat was a lot of fun. To be honest, stuff like that was a glitch that overall I did find pretty funny, just because I could have always reset the boat at some point if I really wanted to. I know that's like a little bit of a pain in the ass because it's now back to the beginning again, but just, yeah, I've had a few glitches like that. As long as they're not happening every 2 minutes and completely annihilating the game. Can I bump up these pipes? Yes. Yeah, it was pretty funny just for the challenge, and I did have faith that the goddamn horse would figure it out eventually. It was like rescuing Steve in yesterday's video. I rolled them kind of on purpose. At the end of the video, I just rolled, like, whilst I was next to the Oarstoke sign, and I think this thing's going to be fine. Is the trailer going to go? Sure, that's something it was doing yesterday as well. Like, you can see a tree that's winchable, but it'll fire to every tree before it reaches the one that's actually going to stay in the ground. Which is probably not even a bug, but it's a little bit just of a pain, because you just have to keep firing out like 50 winches just to rip 50 trees that'll pop out immediately out of the way to finally get to the one that it will let you kind of use. Mario community update said we're getting 2 DLCs this month. One is new tyres and rims, the other is a new truck, most likely in Kenworth. Yeah, cheers, that sounds pretty good. This month as well. They seem to be a little bit snappier, kind of on the, I don't know, unless it's just me. Like, that's not a bad thing. This phase ended up dropping a bit quicker than I thought it was going to. I didn't think we'd be getting it until nearer, like, the end of this month. Yeah, but if they're already kind of getting that stuff done, yeah, that'll be pretty cool. I mean, overall, there's a lot of liked about this phase and everything, and the bugs themselves are not strictly to do with this phase. They're sort of, yeah, they're just the overall, like, background way the game operates is just, it can be very faffy. But yeah, the only thing I would say is, like, the missions is just, I really did the other day, like, as I was going through them. There's not much, yeah, direction, and you end up sort of thinking, which order should I do them in? And then there's warehouses that have got like 2 metal rolls, and then you sort of think, well, do I want to get them for this mission? Or, and when I'm making a video, it's just kind of, if I can help it, I'd rather do what roughly is the most sensible way, because otherwise I'm going to make a video showing people how to do it not the best way, where there might be like, oh, actually you should have gone and taken this trailer over here first, and etc. Yeah, and it just ends up becoming like, I need to get a bloody notepad out and sit there writing, going, right, this mission's got that, wants that many cargo, and this warehouse over here has this cargo, and it, yeah. Just show me the goddamn task, will you? It's 3,500. Again, it wasn't really a major mission. Just an excuse to go driving around with this thing. Do you know what, I do need a goddamn professional with me, because I'm already missing it. See what I mean with drifting though, there's something about these very nice drifting trucks AGL makes. And speaking of the goddamn horse, he's already here, wearing a dolphin. That is a goddamn professional. What's that? Sorry, perfect. What's good? Did you mark that? Finally caught the stream for one that's joined at the perfect time, seeing the Bearlac washing away. Yeah, cheers for joining. This Bearlac, it is AGL mod, and yeah, it's feeling very good. There's a little blue thing on it. I like it. I like that colour blue. Right, we should do another mission. I don't know how to poach that loaf. I'll do some kind of road train. What other stuff have we got? That's a bit close, that one. That won't be bad on, because we've got a crane and the right trailer. Yeah, so where the hell am I? Is that me? Well, probably go a pretty direct route. So our current treats is over there. Something like that. Robert Lozier, my glitches are pulling me back to the dashboard, then when I refire up it starts me back at Michigan and a warning to return to the main menu. All my previous open regions are now locked. Yeah, that sounds like a bad one, that. To be honest, again, touch wood, I hope it doesn't happen, but I'm amazed I've had not had some kind of file glitch or whatever going on, because people have said they've had like their computers kind of deleted their saves, or yeah, just people have lost their saves, all sorts. And yeah, thankfully I've not had that happen, but that's what was kind of worrying me, particularly with, was it Phase 9, where we got like the Derry 15C and all that. Yeah, it was worrying me, because the amount of times I was having to kind of like force glitches to try and figure out what the hell was even crashing it. I was sort of worried at some point it's just gonna yeah, I'm going to load it back up and just not even have a save or anything. But yeah, I don't know what to say with that one. A few people recommended to me, like Mark Rowe, I remember, which I appreciate, was saying like reinitializing the computer. Well, that was on the PlayStation. I don't know if that's what you're on. It didn't help specifically with the bugs, because I think that was an in-game thing, but just, yeah, I kind of overall glad I did it, and yeah, I don't doubt that it probably couldn't have been a bad thing for the PlayStation just to have that and let it figure some stuff out. Yeah, there is, like, I remember ages ago I had a corrupted save file, but it said like restore the old one or something, and it loaded me back. You know when you get like the saving cogs on this game or whatever, so if you turn the game off at that point and load it back up, it'll be like the last time they happened. But the previous save file it loaded up for me must have been like 5 or 6 saving cogs prior, so it actually loaded me up like probably where I'd been on the game like an hour previously. But yeah, thankfully then everything was all good. Or well, until the next bug. Duck, what would you add as a new vehicle? I think it's not even like I'm gagging to see one in the game, but I just think it'd make a lot of sense, is that Sherpa, or whatever it's called. I'm trying to think. I can sort of think of stuff in my head, but I'm not very good with like truck names and all that sort of stuff. So I suppose generally speaking, if it's like bigger trucks and more unique trucks and all the rest of it, yeah, if they had kind of 4 and 6 wheel trucks, it's nothing against them, but we've got a lot of them, and I don't know, other games like I said, Grand Theft Auto for example, I can go and nick a truck off that game and drive a 6-wheel semi-truck round or whatever, but stuff like, although I just really think it needs more power, the Derry 15C, but it's a nice kind of vehicle to see in the game. In real life, is it called like a HEMTT? I don't know, it's just called Hemp or whatever. Or something like that. I remember seeing videos, they look pretty cool in real life. Yeah, so just like Bruce, 10-wheeled vehicle, just stuff that's not really going to be added in many other games, like, whereas, say, yeah, Grand Theft Auto, you're going to get, like, that Neo Falcon, there's nothing against that, I actually think it's probably the nicer of the two vehicles. in this phase. But yeah, I can go and get a generic sort of 4x4 like that. There's plenty of other games that I can find that. Whereas there's not many, if anywhere, well I'm sure there is, but you know what I mean, where I can get like, yeah, Bruce and all those kind of trucks. So kinda, yeah, definitely that's what she said, but the bigger the better really. Justin Lynch, Sherp. Is it Sherp? Yeah, what do I keep calling it? Sherpa or something? Yeah, you know the one I mean though, don't you? It's like a little tiny four-wheel thing with like gigantic wheels, and I think it floats. That's one reason I think it'd be an interesting one if they made it with, fully enough, I'd say it's like got similar-ish tyres to this. It's just like it's kind of a four-wheel version of this, I suppose. But I believe in real life it floats and everything, and obviously its wheels are just like, kind of act like little paddles, sort of like a steam paddle boat kind of thing, so it can actually scramble its way across water and all that sort of stuff. Which, yeah, it'd be a very interesting thing to add to this game, and especially with the way it looks and all the rest of it. I don't know, even if the game, like, the devs are too worried about it being like a beast mode vehicle, just make it a Scout where it, even if worst case, I'd rather it have trailers, but if they just have to cock block it from having trailers because they're scared that it might actually complete something in the game, then yeah, so be it. It'd be a cool one to see in the game. Brought in Bruce for the rescue and blew out my entire suspension and fuel tank by clipping a rock. Quit and reload. Happy days. The quit and reload method is a yeah. It's one of them where I use it a lot, and I suppose it's sort of touch wood because I don't want to jinx it. I don't strictly want to recommend it to people. It's never happened to me, but I wouldn't want someone to do it and then they load the game and the save file is missing or something. But I have done it 1,000 times or whatever. Yeah, I always do it because it's not even a case of like you think, oh, I won't be able to rescue that vehicle or whatever. It's just like, oh, it'll be quicker to quit and reload. I'll go and make a coffee or whatever. I knew that was an unkillable tree, but I just had to. Yeah, and then the game's loaded back up versus like, the funny thing is, it's back to sort of the bugs in the game, is like the cranes are so horrifically weak. Sometimes if I have a crash, it's just like, yeah, I know I can rescue everything, but I don't want to sit here having to painfully watch the crane rotate at 0.1 mile an hour and, yeah, fail to lift like a concrete slab because it'll be too heavy and it'll keep dropping to the floor. They just keep killing it like in that sense. So quitting and reloading is an absolute saviour. But yeah, I use the shit out of it. It used to be like almost, was it like every minute or something I think the game would save. These days it's like every 8 minutes ish, so it can set you back like up to 8 minutes, not say a minute, but the way the cranes are and the bugs and all the rest of it, you can, yeah, have a simple crash where you've just got to flip your truck back and load everything back on, and that can take you half an hour to an hour because the game just keeps being awkward about everything. Need that waypoint. Yeah, and it does. Like I say, I definitely use it a lot. Sorry, I was not working at that point. Mark Rowe, this season is possibly the quickest so far. 7 weeks from the PTS. Yeah, I was going to say. So it really did kind of like. It seemed to get going with it a bit. I don't really feel, just for what it's worth, like, I don't think it's on the bare like that it can't, like, to say it wouldn't have the power or whatever to climb out of here. They're just, all these jagged rocks they put at the edge of the river are very, the hitboxes are more brutal than they look. So it sort of doesn't really do any given vehicle justice, because yeah, it's like whatever I'm hooked on now, it just, yeah, everything's a bit more violent and hooks onto your truck and that more than it would look from the way it's been drawn in the game. sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where I was with the devs need to help us port Xbox Souls. Is that, like, is there quite a lot of bugs going on that end as well? Like, hopefully they get around to... I mean, it's stuff like that. It's one of the biggest things, really, that kind of lets this game down again a bit. It's an absolutely phenomenal game, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't still be playing it if it wasn't. But yeah, just like you say, there's just so many little things that it can't be difficult to polish them out, because in various cases, even modders not only polish it out, they then do a much better job and everything, so I know it's doable. What the hell? Oh yeah, shit, I forgot. Oh yeah, so I did need that waypoint. I bet it was the third cellulose or whatever. Not that it matters. It's a pretty nice house though. Just smash the front wall up a bit, but put it where it's due. Yeah, rocks like that are pretty damn slippy, so it did pretty well not to go off then. I kind of I was ready to just fire out a panic wrench. Yeah, I was just going to say, did you mark that? It was the, Bruce smashing out his suspension. This game is a little bit keen on, like, when you hit your suspension and that, sometimes you can get away with, like, it does 2 damage, and other times, yeah, it completely deletes a tyre, the fuel tank, the suspension. It's close. It's obviously, yeah, very nicely weighted, like, low down weight, which is clearly a benefit in this game, but I don't even think it's unrealistic. Like, they, if anything, they unrealistically punish us in this game with the way they distribute the weight on vehicles, to where, I mean, clearly something like this, the back half of it is like made of cloth on some of it and all sorts. Like, clearly it wouldn't weigh a lot at the top end versus like big fat axles and tyres and the engine and gearbox at the bottom. So even though it's like, it's a luxury to have a vehicle weighted like this, it's, yeah, I don't think it's unrealistic at all. But yeah, I just think it's too much of a good thing as far as the devs are concerned, so they just have, like, they use that as one of the ways they sort of nerf things, really. It's one of the reasons, like, vehicles such as the P16 or the Navistar, vehicles that stand out as feeling very realistically weighted, are nice to drive. Justin Lynch, Sherpa is a 13-year YouTube husky. What's that, sorry? Oh, yeah, sorry, Sherpa. Is that a name of a dog on YouTube? I don't know why. I've probably been calling it Sherpa all the time. But then I've seen videos of it, so I've definitely seen the right name. I just, yeah. One of many things my brain has finally given up on. To be fair, it's like a nice, silly little mission. It certainly makes it a little bit easier having mods to kind of cut over, but like the river. But I did some mission the other day. I don't know if it was that same mission actually. Wet work? I don't know. I feel like I would have made some kind of that's what she said. If it was called wet work. Get it done at some point. You know what? I'm only going to do it just because it's an excuse to go driving all the way back down to the bottom of the map. The actual mission itself is pretty kind of not really going to gain a lot. Rob Logia, yes, I would reply to so much of these comments. The saving cogs and where they finally do bring them back to the save point, which is further back. Yeah, well, if sorry, I'll just Which is further back? If you're on about like the saving cogs, just sort of it will load you back to like when the game last saved. Which yeah, at least on my PlayStation at the minute has been sort of every 8 minutes or so. If you're able to like restore a corrupted save file or whatever and load, like the game seems to have like it stashes an extra save file. Yeah, for me it only loaded me about an hour back, but I can't say, I suppose like for all I know it might not have updated that save file, you know, maybe it does it every 10 hours or something. The actual, yeah, quitting and reloading, it depends obviously, like, because the saving cogs are happening every 8 minutes. If they just happened on the screen now, I can't do it on a live stream because it'll end the live stream, but yeah, if the saving cogs happen now and I, say, crash 10 seconds later and then quit and reloaded the game, it'd reload me to, like, 10 seconds before I turn the game off. That's why sometimes when I crash, the first thing I do, it's like, if I attempt to rescue, kind of, if I take long enough to where the saving cogs are going to happen again, that now removes the option of, like, quitting and reloading. So sometimes I just kind of think before, oh yeah, I'm probably going the wrong way, before I even kind of get stuck into the mission. It really is like the most awkward trailer to turn around. The saving cogs stutter me slightly at times. I've expected that. Though just before it crashes me, it seems like it's trying to hit a save point at that moment. A bit of a stutter, then pow, dashboard. Yeah, that's interesting. I had kind of the same thing on, I forgot the name of the map. Was it Albany River? Like, yeah, where we got the Derry 15C and that. That did it a lot to me, where it, yeah, basically like freeze up, and what I assumed would be it's trying to do the saving cogs or whatever, and then it'd just blue screen me, so I'd get like, yeah, a blue screen comes up with just saying like an error code, and then I have to click OK, and it closes the game and kicks me back out to like the PlayStation main menu, like it's just completely turned the SnowRunner game off. Yeah, and then that's why now, like, when the screen kind of freezes up for a second or two, when I'm kind of waiting. I had it happen hundreds of times on that phase, and yeah, it's kind of made me a bit, I don't know, got like PTSD for frame rate dropping now, because I'm just assuming it's about to kick me out, and in this case on the live stream it's like it'll end the live stream, which I really just don't like doing that to everyone. So yeah, that was stressing me out a lot. AJL, the currently selected tyres are mid-tier compared to the others I added. My favourite are the Tractor Plus tyres. Do you know what, while we're near, I want to check them out, because to be honest I only grabbed these because I like the look of them, to be honest. Oh, not change vehicle, it would help if I'm going for the cover. Oh. Yeah, I wish in the game it just, I mean, well, you do, again, I actually appreciate this. At the top, like, you got on-road 2.0, off-road 3.0, etc. It'd be nice if they just gave us the values in the game. Are these the ones? I think, was it? Oh no, Tractor Plus. Oh, sorry, were they the ones that were already on it? Let's go for them. Were they off the one of the tractors? Not the, I'm thinking of the K700, but I think that's what it was called in Mudra. Sorry. Yeah, Mark Rowe, thought you would all benefit. Sorry, did you mark that? Thought you would benefit by hearing that. Is that the Bruce thing? Yeah, again. I'll hear it all. It's the same as well, like, ask me whatever you like, doesn't have to be SnowRunner related. As Barry is like to be an awkward beast. Duck, what is your favourite cutscene? Again, it's a very good question. Kind of, it's one of them, you know, if I had just a list of all the videos, I could kind of, the cutscenes, just to refresh my memory. Trying to think of some good, to be honest, just whatever's got nice scenery in the background, really. So it may not necessarily be the actual thing being built itself. Like, there's some bridges that have got very nice animations just because of where you're building the bridge. And then, yeah, some of the buildings that you build as well are kind of... again, it's not necessarily the building, it's just like where it's being built, and the way the camera's sort of panning around it all is pretty cool. I remember there was some good ones, I can kind of remember like just the animation, and I can't, you know, say it's a warehouse getting built, I can't specifically remember like, oh, it was this one on this map. Mark Rowe, seems crazy, but I never had any issues with Season 9, 100% completed. Yeah, no, like, and I'm glad you didn't. It didn't seem like averaged out, a lot of people did. There were certainly others, there's definitely, I'd say several by the end that had mentioned in the comments that they're basically having the same issues, but yeah, averaged out, I think it was like a very small percentage of people it was happening to. It was just, like I said, some seasons I've had where everything's been fine, and there's been, say, several people in the comments saying, oh, you know, ever since this season it's crashing and all sorts, and yeah, it just seems to be one of them, like, when it's your turn, and this game just randomly, indiscriminately, like, selects a bunch of people that are just going to have an absolute nightmare. See, again, it's just instantly there, it's like, oh no. I was just getting ready to prepare that it's crashed, guys, fucking getting ready for that speech. I don't know why they really made this mission, or at least, I mean, I think it'd make a lot more sense as a competition or contest or whatever, like a timed event. I mean, for example, 1, I just approached it from the wrong direction. 2, for no apparent reason. I still have a ramped flatbed on me. I mean, you can tell this mod is good though, because I would have definitely released the trailer into the wild by now if it was annoying me, but this thing's ticking along just fine with it being towed behind me. AGL, tracked pluser from the K700, correct, and you selected active suspension. Oh, have I... You know what, cheers man, it's... just something, it's like... I need to... You know, get it into where it's like muscle memory again, just an autopilot thing. Once it's made it into that group, I'll remember, like, to put the suspension on all the time. But yeah, I appreciate it, because I always pick it in the menu, but the amount of times I forget to actually use it. Truth lies, weird Season 9 crashes for me. Yeah, I've not even been back to it since, but I'd be willing to bet money if I did, it'd probably crash. Maybe not, do you know what? At some point I probably should go and look, maybe not on a live stream, but just to see, because you never know, maybe when they say added this phase, it could have kind of retroactively, even if accidentally, it could have fixed the what was going on. But yeah, it was an absolute nightmare for me on phase 9. The mod playthrough in particular, I don't even know if I ever got anything really done. I remember at some point I had to remove a load of mods, and then I believe things did improve, but oh yeah, but then I think it was like, oh, I was happy that I got like an hour live stream out before it crashed, which, yeah, you know, things aren't going well when you consider that like a pretty good success that the game managed 48 minutes or something for it. It completely blue screened me again. And it's one of them where, like, I also found if I really quickly hit, like, close that, hit menu, then I'm tapping, like, to change the clock, then I'm already back in that, and then I'm opening the menu. It was like when I was pressing just loads of buttons kind of quicker than the game wanted to keep up, sometimes then it would panic and crash. It's a little bit similar. It's like with YouTube recently, like trying to reply to comments, and I don't really want to. The thing is like I've read people's comments, and I should really click the little like thumbs up and heart thing or whatever, because I just don't, because I'd actually like to reply to them. But it's just one of them where what I don't want to do is reply to like some people's comments and not others, and then look like I just ignored half the people. So replying to one comment might be a pain because the phone will probably crash. But yeah, when I'm typing, it suddenly like freezes up, doesn't type the letters for 20 or 30 seconds, then it puts them all on screen, like it types them in, you know, like half a second, and then it'll crash and just, yeah, go back to my phone's main screen. Like I say, every bit of technology I own at the minute, my headset keeps doing static noise. The PlayStation, I actually cleared a load of memory on that recently, so that's actually been good. But then, for example, getting yesterday's footage for and the day before and everything for that mission, I'm gonna have to delete a load of that soon, because yeah, the amount of extra videos I've had to save is soon going to change that. But yeah, my phone's just been a dick. It's all not going well in that case. Oh yeah, rail section. This is one where I've got to deliver them. Yeah, to this bridge. Oh no, is that where we... Oh, sorry, that's where we get them from. So it's one thing, it's not really a bug, per se, but the rail section thing, in fact, I'd sort of say it is, because the game didn't used to do it. Like, if I'd click on that to see what it is, it's now gonna... Not in typical, it doesn't do it now. It kicks you out, like, when you look at stuff, it kicks you out of the mission you're on. And if you forgot to already activate the mission, then yeah, sometimes you sort of think, oh, hang on a minute, what? What mission was I looking at again? You have to go and look through 20 just to find the one. Is that all this mission is in the end, though? You just got to pick stuff up from there and put it there. In theory, from... Funny enough, was it Phase 9 when we had to do a rail section? I went and tested a few trailers, and it was a bit weird about which trailer it will let you put it on and everything, but I think I was able to load it on a ramped flatbed. The gateway I'm nearest is... I'll come out there, why not? Yeah, let's do it. Is everyone else having frame rate issues on By the Lake? It happens when I enter the rail yard. Do you know what? I can't. It might have been. I did get frame rate things going on, and I don't know, probably like a week ago, and it might have been on By the Lake. I just can't remember off the top of my head now. Yeah, so let's go this way. Do you know what though? I am, but I'm getting a goddamn horse. It's been far too long. Oh no, he's already built one. He's pretty tall today. Robert Lozier, thank you for your input on my pain day. I don't want to clog up tonight's experience. Can you go over what you're driving here? I missed the opening tonight. It's add-ons. Can I buy it now? Yeah, no, that's no worries, dude. Like, obviously, yeah, ask away with like bugs and all that. I'll let you know what I can. It's the AGL Burlak, so it's the new truck that they released like in this new phase. But AGL, yeah, is a very good modder. It's got a lot of mods that are very highly recommended. Well, this, I mean, AGL Loaf, absolute goddamn professional. And yeah, that was like, that's the main truck I've been driving really. It's just a better version of the vehicle that they've kind of given us in the game. It just drives over everything. Like, that rock is not far off as tall as him if I lowered his suspension. He just doesn't get stuck on rocks. And that is an important distinction because a lot of vehicles do. Right. Go and get me Burlak. It's along here somewhere, was it? I mean, you know, like they make the vehicle symbol white. Could they not pick another colour considering it's SnowRunner and half the maps are white? I mean, again, like, yeah, this game is definitely phenomenal, but you know what it's like, if someone who just, I'd do it for free. If they asked me to test this game, I could give them a list of feedback the size of an instruction manual. That would just be little tweaks here and there that would, I think, be objectively beneficial. Oh yeah, sorry, add-ons. Yeah, sorry, it's a mod, so I suppose, yeah, you don't need all the seasons, but you're saying I don't have all the regions open bought yet. You'd have to buy this newest phase to then be allowed access to like the mod versions of it, for example. Yeah, so I suppose that is like the requirement for that in that case. Sorry, I kind of forget about that because I just sort of get the season passes. But yeah, I will say these more recent phases, Albany River in particular, is definitely or no, sorry, Duncan Bay, like the last phase is definitely worth the money. Overall, I think this phase I certainly don't regret it, and that yeah, there's some other phases that are a little bit kind of like, I wouldn't really want to specifically say spend your money on that phase. I don't know though, because the one that jumps to mind is that old factory grounds and that, but you get the Phoenix and the Tatra Force off that, which are actually pretty good for like sort of just DLC vehicles, but again, you don't really need them. But I'd also argue like this phase, I wouldn't say it'd probably be the highest on my list to like if I was going to recommend phases to buy, because the in-game version of the Burlak is a bit meh. The Neo Falcon is actually very nice, it's just we already have other very nice scouts, so it doesn't provide anything new. But I will say, to its credit, I've driven it around and that, and I do think it's like a very fair, well put together like little truck, or 4x4 or whatever. Yeah, the maps are certainly not horrible, but they're not the most memorable. The missions are fine because they're essentially taking stuff from A to B, but they're not really. Yeah, they don't feel like they flow very well together, and it all feels a little bit kind of, yeah, you have to keep faffing around looking through all of them to kind of get much of a sense of what way you want to go with it or what to do next. But I still wouldn't say like there's enough map and missions and game and all the rest of it to get your money's worth. I suppose for me, I think it's 20 quid per season it's been for me, so I kind of look at it as 5 quid per phase, if you, or season. And then for that I usually get 2 maps, 2 vehicles, and then a load more missions. So yeah, I sort of, for me it feels pretty worth it. There's other games, you know, I've bought entire like PlayStation titles that the entire game I could complete quicker than I could complete one of these seasons alone. So yeah, none of them I've really felt like I've been ripped off. There's definitely Burning Mill is probably, that might be my lowest one on the list of phases to bother getting, because the sprint is pretty crap. The Gore by 4, it's alright, but again, it really, you've got like the little Dom 71, all sorts of little vehicles like that. I don't know, we'll head that way. And yeah, the map itself, it was alright, but the racing theme didn't really pan out because the sprinter was a bit crap. There is actually, if you go and get mods like this, a lot of AGL stuff alone. Yeah, Burning Mill would be a lot more fun with, I don't know, even like, for example, AGL's Derry 15C. It was very nice with like the zoom gearbox and all that. And would make a lot of sense, like, with racing. I know this one's going to be pushing its luck. It's kind of, the more axles you have, the better really, but flatbed. See how like the tyres don't roll on the ramp flatbed very well, considering they are tyres. But yeah, we made it over. I really like just the fact that they even added that. Like, I don't really want to build that bridge because I like just seeing which vehicles can actually make it. And I knew this one would be risky because yeah, a single front axle is definitely, you can get like the 8 and 10 wheel vehicles crossing over there. A 4-wheeled vehicle really wouldn't like it. I think this only just got away with it because it's got nice big fat tyres as well. Loaf would obviously find a way. Probably moonwalk it or something. Just for the style points. Mark Rowe, it's the AGL Burlak, the mod, yeah. Kyle Adamowski, the mission is bugged. Which one, sorry? Was it one of the ones I was already doing? Did you mark that? I was referring to my joke above. You may have to scroll up a bit to find it. It's well classed though, well worth your time. I can't right now, but I will. Otherwise I'll, yeah, I'll get completely lost as to where I got up to. Almost need it. It's like, you know, if I could just have a little button that each time I've read a comment I could press it and it just bumps the next one like up the screen, because sometimes there could be like a few minute gap between someone posting a comment and then other times there could just happen to be like 10 get posted in 30 seconds and it just bumps them all off the screen quicker than I can read them. But it's one of them as well where I sort of, I'll kind of say like, I apologise that I keep being late replying to some messages and all that, but I also kind of 2 options. I either read someone's message and kind of respond to it as I would. I don't want it sort of get halfway into a response and then be like, oh, next message. So it's one of them really where I just have to kind of, feels better to naturally reply, and then yeah, every now and then I do fall behind. And at the minute I kind of don't mean to, I keep sort of looking away from the screen and looking at my phone to catch up on them. It's a habit I kind of picked up when I had that trapped nerve or whatever in my back, because I was sitting back on the chair. I just couldn't quite read them as clearly, so I started reading them off my phone, and now, thankfully, my spine is starting to relax a bit, so I'm actually sat up as normal and can kind of see the TV. But yeah, I just can't, well, at the minute I can see 3 comments on the TV, and it'll just bump them off the TV every time a new one gets posted. So I'm trying to catch back up. Oklahoma Hellcat, hello everyone, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Duck, what is your least favourite trailer? Again, that's a good question. It's like, part of me wants to say the ramped flatbed. They do seem to have fixed it recently, but it's still a complete pain in the arse to reverse and all the rest of it. But it's just too useful to write off completely. I used to like the step deck more than I did. It seems to catch more now than it used to. But again, I wouldn't say that really, because the fact that it's got its own little load platform. Oh, that... It's a saddle high trailer, the big green one. That's got ramps that fold out, but the ramps are so steep a lot of vehicles can't even drive up onto the trailer because they just beach themselves like on the stupid angle of the ramps. The ramps need to be twice as long as they are. Yeah, so that's always been just a completely crap trailer really. I used it last time, it was on phase 9 I think actually, Albany River, and I took... what the hell was it? It was like it might have been the Cat 745C and a Dolphin. Or something, or you had to move one of those vehicles, and I remember taking the trailer, and then in the end I couldn't even get the Cat 745C, I think it was. Oh no, I think it was the Colob and the Dolphin I took, and I was going to put the 745C on, yeah. I can't remember what the trailer's called, but it's pretty crap. I remember that much. Oh yeah, I didn't go this way last time. I think I flew off the mountain and kind of went down this way, so I'll carry on going this way because it's kind of a... I've not even seen it myself yet. Did you mount that? It's kind of That's What She Said energy, which is like the cult aura here. It is. It's one of them where, like, believe it or not, in real life and all that, don't make... I can have normal conversations without trying to say that's what she said every 2 seconds. But a few things are. One, I think just... I'm naturally a bit of a, like, nervous public speaker as far as that goes. And just every time I say something on here that could be a That's What She Said, it just feels like if I don't say it, someone will say it, but not that I mean it as in, like, a mind, but I don't know, it just... yeah. It is kind of like an ironic running joke at this point, because I kept saying it, but it's also been a bit of a... just so I don't then think, oh shit, did that sound like... Yeah, I just went the other way with it, and it was like, right, I'll just say That's What She Said every time it sounds a bit like that. And then it just nips it in the bud, draws a line under it, and I can just get on thinking about whatever I was going to say. But the other thing as well, because I was thinking about this the other week, is like... yeah, I've not even been abroad before or whatever, and when you're talking to people, like people sort of on the live stream, all the comments and stuff can be all over the world, and there's some jokes that I can say that would make sense to people that are in the UK, but it might not mean anything to people from all over. And then you tend to find that there's a few universal jokes or themes or whatever that work all over the place. And yeah, generally sexual jokes, That's What She Said, that kind of thing. Somebody could be in Brazil, and I've never been to Brazil. I know a little bit about it. I'm certainly not going to sit here and say like I'm some kind of Brazil expert. But yeah, it's... I don't know enough about like the specifics of life there to say like... I wouldn't know many inside jokes or whatever and all the rest of it, and yeah. And for people who don't live in the UK, you might not know a lot of inside jokes that we would. But yeah, make like some kind of, I mean, a big knob joke, a small knob joke. Gay jokes can be funny, but then gay people started having sex and ruined it for everyone. I'm just joking, by the way. Yeah, but there's a few things like that just are universally understandable, at least. So that's what I think. That's part of the reason it ends up being a lot of that. But why not as well? The other part is, to be honest, is like free speech and all the rest of it. There's too many. Everyone's too scared of saying stuff these days. Whereas, yeah, I don't know. I kind of miss just saying whatever. So I kind of do, and it's like, well, if YouTube ever kicks me off, it is what it is. I hope they don't. But yeah, I'm not gonna not be me to stay on here. But yeah, just for what it's worth, like, I can also explain how a nuclear bomb works and stuff and many other things, but it's just, yeah, that's what she said joke. Oh, there's the plane. I've not even seen it before, but that's looking pretty good, to be fair. Is it really going to cock block the trailer? Even though these rail sections fit, or fitted, yeah, a phase or two ago. Typical. I don't really mind, because I just want to get another vehicle and drive it here, but just, yeah. See what I mean? Like, little things like that. I'll admit I could have, well, how else do you check other than bringing a trailer here and checking? But it's little things like that that just feel very, yeah, anti-gamery. It's like, just let me do my thing. Let me do my thing my way with the trailers I take. I don't want the game to keep saying, oh, you can't do that. Oh, it's impossible to pack. It's like, it's not impossible to pack the cargo, because you've done it a million fucking times before. The game just likes to be a dick every now and then. Well, I say every now and then. It seems to have increased its frequency recently. The Real Kestrel. Hello, Wolf. Greetings from Canada. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us for the old stream. Always love to catch your stream. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I certainly, yeah, when, like I say, I woke up really late today, so it's sort of... Normally I have more hours before it's live stream time, if that makes sense. Whereas tonight it's like, oh man, I'll be doing that pretty soon. So yeah, feels more like morning. Well, I ate my quote unquote dinner minutes before I started the live stream. Right, Tennessee was probably the worst region. Map was okay, but the races, no. Yeah, is that Burning Mill? Yeah, no, I agree. That has got to objectively be, and it was only one map. Yeah, the map itself I didn't dislike. Even like, say, the main route around the map as a racetrack as such wasn't terrible. I'm trying to think what to get, because I'll probably take a step deck. It was, the racetrack at the bottom was like, again, just the way they nerf things and rev cap things and everything in this game, it just, they're sort of their own worst enemy in that sense. It really, like, a racing theme was a bad idea to pick, because they're too, I don't know, pedantic and fastidious with everything that they limit in this game. Like, it just doesn't pair well with the concept of racing. Again, like AGL's mods is a prime example, and there's some others as well. Fox's mods, JBL, Mr. Buses. They're a lot of fun to race around the track. But yeah, just what they actually give us in the game isn't really up to scratch. I'm just going to go in this truck store, because, well, to be honest, a Dolphin would be... I've already got one somewhere. Let's get him. I'm going to drive back to the garage, but then I'm probably going to recover. And yeah, swap this log thing out. Do you know what as well? It's only a little thing, but on this map it's very difficult to recognise which way you've got the map rotated. There's not, you know, much in the way of an instantly recognisable landmark. I know you've got, like, the river sort of cuts through the way it does, but sometimes when you just start, you know, and you think, what map am I on again? And you kind of like, I'm looking around for something to recognise to kind of work off. The garage is right here, but when you zoomed out you can barely even tell it exists. Yeah, whereas, I don't know, that Duncan Bay as an example just felt very, like, instantly recognisable where you are as soon as you kind of bring the map up, even if it was kind of rotated the wrong way or whatever. Sorry. Again, if they just made the vehicles some kind of colour you could actually see. So it is that road. shot. I'm only going to do it because out those trees that will be unkillable. On the side of this log carriage, ooh, fuck, we'll catch every one of them. They already know it. Ask me how I know. The real Kestrel, yeah, Tennessee, underwhelming. No, I fully agree. That was where it's like, I can't objectively recommend that. Obviously, if you buy season 2 or whatever, it is what it is. Like, I don't regret owning the whole thing, but again, I'm making videos on them, so I suppose that's kind of... I was going to get them anyway. Yeah, but that's definitely, it's just... wasn't very good, and it was kind of like, if this is how it's going to tail off a bit, then yeah, it's sort of when they said season 3, it's like, oh god, but... Well, not oh god, but it was like, oh, I hope they put a bit more effort into it kind of thing. And yeah, in their defence, I'd say they have. Season 3 is... I would say definitely worth its money overall. Like, pretty... I kind of quite comfortably can say that. It's like with DLC vehicles and that. I've bought ones that, whether I use them a lot or not, I don't regret buying any of them, really. The Apache is probably one that I'd say is high on the list of being pretty crap. But yeah, I'm very cautious about recommending stuff. I mean, as far as it goes... yeah, I'm not paid by anyone or whatever to recommend anything. Like, I'm just very kind of cautious about... I don't really want to recommend stuff very lightly because... yeah, just because I like it, it may not be, like, objectively what someone else likes. And yeah, in some cases, you know, people have been saying... There's some people have been like, they're school kids and it's their pocket money, so I don't just want to go, oh yeah, buy this. And it took them 4 months to save up, and it ends up being, yeah, a crappy phase, really, like Burning Mill. What was I going to get? Oh yeah, saddle. May as well slap a crane on there. Look a bit of drifting. Can't help it. Yeah, I think step deck is going to have to be. Well, to be fair, I still do like the trailer quite a lot. Probably being a bit over harsh on it. You see what I mean? Again, it's like there's just... I don't know what it is with this map. I never know which way I'm rotated. Do you know what? I'm only going to recover him to fix him up. Well, I don't even know if it's damaged. I'm on like his body weight. One reason I do like that they added this crane is, for example, stuff like this. I've got the little blue crane, but it'll be a dick and it'll make a meal out of just trying to load this loaf on. But then it's weird because I could go and make a coffee, come back 10 minutes later, and the crane will work fine and it'll lift the loaf first time. Most of the time these days the crane doesn't. But yeah, this crane has got plenty of reach. And it doesn't moan, fully extended, it can lift, so it can't lift trucks, which is a bit of a shame, but again, for whatever reason, see, it's stuff like that, like, why don't they just let us lift the trucks? What does it matter? But they do get very weird about some of the stuff they'll, like, let us do. God, it actually, by sheer coincidence, well, it did pick the loaf first, so it doesn't really count, but it actually recommended the vehicle I was after. Usually it has a horrifically amazing... I've gone full circle with it. The consistency with which this game can recommend the vehicle you didn't want to click is... yeah. If you could somehow translate that to picking lottery numbers, you'd be a fucking millionaire. It honestly does get it on the money. Every time. Well, no, it misses the money every time, but it's so consistent. Like, you can't be wrong that many times. Statistically speaking, it's very abnormal. Orchestral Burlap. This is definitely, well, not this one, not right now, but yeah, AGL's version has been very nice. Like, I would have obviously kept driving it, but just separate thing is the game. It's like, oh no, you can't put this rail on that trailer, even though you can put other identical looking rails on other trailers in other phases. And then again, yeah, like the Burlap this season, it's like, oh, you can have trailers, but it's not going to let you have that trailer, and that trailer. But they just so happen to be the 3 trailers on this map that you will need to move. So the vehicle was in fact provided is pretty fucking useless. Really? I hit the button twice. I'm not even claiming ownership of missing the button. I clearly hit it then. Well, that's the thing. You see, it's trying to make me look bad. You guys wouldn't know. It just looks like I missed the button and drove through the gateway. But I assure you, it was getting mashed at the correct time. That's what she said. Truth lies. I love all jokes, can't hurt my feelings, I say whatever I want. Yeah, exactly. I think it's sort of the best way to be. I said it before and I'll say it again. There's never any intention to actually offend someone, because... And if they're just oversensitive and all that, that's their problem. But I mean, like, somebody who knows how to take a joke, it's... Yeah, I never have the intention of actually annoying or offending somebody, because doesn't sit well with me. It's not my kind of thing to want to do or anything anyway. But yeah, a joke's a joke. Like, I say some pretty stupid stuff on here, and yeah, it is what it is. It might not all land, but you don't know unless you try. I don't know why, in the time it took to go through the gateway. In fact, you know what I do? It would have done some weird thing where it'll kind of still move the dolphin in the trailer, but the loaf would have been like physics locked in place. Just get the basics. I don't really need to draw like every line, just kind of, yeah, when you get to these crossroads and everything. Otherwise I'll have to drive off the road just to get that marker. So it's risky. I might just detach the trailer to save me. I want to know if I can drive across that bridge. Well, I have since been back, but what I mean is, you never know. Again, this game is a weird one where sometimes you can go back and do something a second time, and it does go completely differently to how it did the first time. I'm just going to have to... It was going to hang on there, but it's just going to annoy me. Oh, fuck it, you can stay there for now. To be fair, I chose like doing it on a hill. Does not go well in this game. That's one thing I wish they'd fix, actually, just for what it's worth, is, yeah, the camera angles is like, when you're on a hill it's awkward, but it makes it more awkward with the camera. Just sometimes it like forces it to be stuck in the ground, or yeah, you can't really get a good angle. I do. I love driving this dolphin. Just nailed it. Speed and momentum is definitely your friend on that one. There might even be, to be honest. Might have to try at some point. I actually think the load can make that bridge. I think speed and momentum is the trick. Just, if you only clip the tops and don't really let it have time for the wheels to drop into the gaps, I think it can be done. Leave it with me. You know I'm going to have a go at some point. What would you say your favourite terrain is? Again, another good question. There's a lot I like about the snow. They overkill it in places where they just go too far, like with the snow and all the rest of it. But when they haven't, that is actually sort of pretty nice and consistent to drive in. It actually feels oddly grippy, really, once you've got like a heavy vehicle driving through it. And again, if it's not somewhere they've kind of killed. It's funny, because on maps, like, they do it in this game with mud to a degree as well. Roads and everything will be patched, where, for example, it'll force you to stay in first gear and all the rest of it. But when you actually go freestyling, like, across the map, they haven't had time to patch all that sort of stuff. So it's actually more kind of free and natural. And then at that point, once you're driving like a truck along snow, like if I went driving off, well, there's not really an amazing example, but yeah, if that was just more pure snow but less trees that are removable, you could drive that way pretty comfortably and all the rest of it. Yeah, I mean, again, with mud in certain places, when it's done right and they don't overkill it. But I suppose, yeah, if I was going to pick one, I think snow, if done right, is with the right vehicle and all that, is, yeah, very nice. Right, it's a while since we saw snow in the game. You're not used to it. That's true, to be honest. It's I was surprised myself how many kind of phases they did where we didn't even really see any snow. And to a degree, though, I do think like they overkilled it in some places. It's funny, Northern Aegis installation is a good example of what I was just saying, where if you stick to the routes, some of the snow and icy sections are ruthless on that map, like easily death snow and death mud. And yeah, that map really was an absolute punishment. But then there was little things like, I remember there was some mission you had to do. You had to like climb up to the top of this mountain, and the road it offered you was an absolute nightmare. But yeah, I took the loaf, and it just so happens like it was a much bigger mountain than that, but there was a little path where the loaf could go up, and because there was snow the whole way up, but yeah, because it wasn't a road, they hadn't sabotaged it with like, I don't know, some kind of death snow coding. And yeah, it was the loaf flew straight up there, made that mission a lot easier, and that's why I think I kind of Northern Aegis installation was probably a good example of the routes it offers are often pretty brutal, but once you actually kind of find the little ways to cut around certain sections, it was actually quite a fun map to travel around. You sort of, at least that map made you feel like, I don't know, you got rewarded for not necessarily just paying attention, but I don't know, you kind of earn, once you know where you're going on that map, you kind of earn a bit of an easier time, and that's kind of your reward for sticking with the map long enough to learn that. I'm only dropping the trailer there because, well, then again, it's, oh, I don't know. No, I will, because if I go to reverse it, it's not actually a beast to reverse, but if the hitbox is on this bridge, as I'm reversing the trailer, if the trailer starts like catching on these posts or anything, then it's just going to be a twat. Yeah, it is. So it's definitely, and I'm not saying it to like try and Fenlo's a good name. He does that himself. Oh, there you go. So we did hit something, but we've got this far. Yeah, just when I was doing the exploration video, what was I in? Which vehicle? The Zik 605R and Loaf. That's interesting though, because I just clearly crashed into something. You see what I mean when I said like you try something the second time? There was absolutely no logical reason to drive forward a second time after I just crashed into an invisible wall. Yeah, I did, and somehow, but now we're hitting something again. Or is it just like, it might be where those sort of beams or whatever come out the floor, they've got like stairs on them. It might just be like a very narrow hitbox, and to be fair, the Dolphin is actually quite a nice little streamlined truck. It's when you actually put it next to some of the other stuff. Yeah, I just think something then. I'm gonna go and risk getting the trailer. It's maybe, I think just fatter trucks ain't gonna get through there, but yeah, you got something a little bit slimmer. It's a shame. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I was sort of disappointed when they did have an invisible wall there, because these barriers they put here are enough of a pain in the arse, let alone them putting invisible walls. I kind of feel like when I was able to drive over them, I'd earned my right to cross the bridge. We'll see though, this trailer could even be too wide, because I think it does sit a little bit wider than the truck, but it does seem to be a small modicum of hope, so let's find out. A good start. Right, got to get it pretty centered. Yeah, see, I deflected off something there, and I reckon the trailer is. See how it's trying to make the trailer sort of turn sideways. Yeah, it's such a shame. Like, it's little things like that. If they cleaned it up, so we could just actually use it. But at least you know though, if you took like a Scout over here, if I brought just like the Loaf driving around with that on its own or something, he'd definitely get through there. It's just not going to happen with a trailer. I know this is unlikely, but for science. Yeah, so I think it's just like an invisible wall that's the same angle as those stairs. I'll probably made the game too thrilled about the situation. Yeah, it's a shame. It was. Well, there's more hope than none than if you've got a narrow vehicle, but overall they still have kind of ruined what could have been just an enjoyable thing. Why does it do it? So it's a good example with the camera angles. Bridge in this case, but see, this is why I didn't take the trailer the first time. We had to know though, because presumably some of you guys, you know, I'd help if I took the handbrake off. Yeah, I don't know, for me it's like this bridge almost feels like one of the main things in this phase, that's something that I kind of think, oh, okay, we've got a big fat bridge, I'm going to try and cross it or whatever. And yeah, bit of a sort of, they missed a bit of a trick on that one, I think. Especially the fact that we can just cross over here. It's not... The alternative isn't crazy, like, enough to where it's too much of a benefit for us to cross the bridge, especially with those barriers in the way either end. So, yeah, there's no reason to be too harsh on it. But I've got a feeling in that case they've just put the bridge in, and yeah, just... It's like with the rocks at the edges of rivers and that, the hitboxes are more severe than what you can actually see. And it appears to be the same case with that bridge, just those like arches or whatever they've sort of pasted on there are, yeah, just got much wider hitboxes than what it seems. At least I know, for what it's worth, that one, I disconnected the trailer because I already had a feeling that that would be a twat to reverse, and it was a little bit at the end. I also had the, I don't know, I was going to say the instinct, but it sounds too much of a compliment, but to at least go back to the bridge and check just in case. So yeah, it wasn't all a complete disaster. And now you guys know as well, so you don't have to all make the same mistakes I've already done. essentially you can go the delicate route, but the game will probably punish you for it. Or you can just drop it in high and floor it. And then the game doesn't necessarily have time to tip you over. You may get a funny jump and land awkwardly, that's definitely possible. And then roll. But as far as, yeah, I was thinking about tipping you then, but there's just too much forward momentum happening. Goddamn professional. I really do. Love me a bit of loaf. Well, I don't know how many I own now. I reckon it's getting around 400 odd. Oh, I think it might be more. Nearly 300 in the my normal playthrough now. And then look, when you look at it, that should easily be able to fit on the ramped flatbed. I assume, yeah, so it is counting it as a 5 slot this time. But it let me load it onto the ramped flatbed in Season 9, if I'm not mistaken. I'm certain it did. I specifically took loads of trailers. I was with the Taiga, whatever its code name is, B. Tony the Taiga. Does it want... oh god, it's going to want 2, but it's only to the other side of here. See, it wouldn't surprise me if they've made it so you can't take the ramped flatbed just because the ramped flatbed had fit across the bloody bridge. That's probably why. And they just want us to drive this way around. I would honestly... it might just be some paranoid conspiracy theory again, but... that's... well, it's funny when people say conspiracy theories, it's like... do you know how many of... like the factually documented as correct? Like, half the conspiracy theories that people call conspiracy theories, they're not. Like, yeah, even the people that committed them have since admitted that they did just that, but it's just funny. Yeah, I honestly think I bet that's why it won't let you use the ramped flatbed, because they tested it and it'll get over that bridge. Because if I was sadistic, that's what I would have done. But I'm not. But I've still got to think what someone sadistic would do to me. And that is what they would do. They would go to the effort of making sure. But I don't know. I mean, really, you should be rewarded for figuring it out. I also could have got the crane. I'd need something to pack it, I suppose, so it wouldn't really probably work, but I could have got the crane and kind of held the rail section and just drove over the bridge that way. But yeah, I'd need, like, for example, do you know what, in fact, I might give my theory a go. Once this is on the other side, oh, unless I've got to take the other railway section somewhere else, actually. Well, I can still just deliver it across the bridge. Yeah, we'll give it a go. I was going to say, you're already going to need another truck on the other side, kind of with a trailer that'll accept it, because wherever I'm going to drop it off, it has to be like loaded cargo to drop it off in the mission. I could be wrong, but no, I'm pretty certain it won't want the second rail here, because in the top right they're 2 separate things. Otherwise it'd just say deliver 2. Not all cargo. No cargo in the zone. Oh, is it just one? Again. You know, just out of curiosity. Does it give? It does say. Oh, it says truck with crane is recommended. It could be a little bit more. Oh, by the way, you're going to need a crane. Like, after bringing the ramped flatbed, if I now brought a vehicle that didn't have a crane, and I've just got to do this last little bit, instead of just clicking a button, and I'd now have to go back again to get a crane. Yeah, I wouldn't be too impressed with the lack of hints that the game gave me that was going to be the situation. As well, we've just about made it, but yeah. You see how one thing leads to another? Is like, just say having to load this rail, I had to just quickly use the crane. And again, that actually went amazingly well. Only because I know to just keep brute forcing it until it kind of springs out the way. But yeah, that then knocks on to, like, then you have to use the crane. Then you realise what a piece of crap the crane is. I'm surprised at that point something else didn't happen, like it says impossible to pack, or like the nose of my dolphin is in the zone so it won't. Yeah, it just, I'm amazed it didn't start going down that route. Right, so I need another rail. Where am I dropping it off though? I need another rail, that's definitely what she said. Cool, but the burlap has a crane. It's time. Oh, I've got an even better idea, I think. It is a better idea. Well. Yeah, we're doing it. To be fair, I feel a little bit on the thicker side. Let's just get over it though. The loaf is very stable. It's not even a horse joke, but I can make it one. I was going to say, what's the bet in this thing tips over that? I forgot for a split second it was the age-old version, and I was like, oh yeah, no. It'll be fine. The in-game version, I'd be willing to bet money. Would have flopped over in less than a second. Right. You can probably tell what I'm going to try and do. I've just got a feeling this burlap is a little bit too fat. It kind of... If it was as narrow as like that yellow box, but it's got just like side skirts and all sorts, I don't know. I'm just going to be too happy about it. Fortunately, this is the part where I have to dick around with the world's slowest cargo rotation and a crane that just can't lift things. Use a bit low, put some horsepower, but we'll ease it in. I mean, look, I'll take this as a consolation prize. If we make it to the other side, I'll consider that enough of a fuck you to the bridge. Right, I can let it go. Goddamn professional. Well, the game used to be quicker at predicting, with the crane at least, certainly not the winch, but it'd be quite good at picking like the right thing you want to grab with the crane. It's a lot moanier about it now. It wouldn't surprise me if this says impossible to pack. It's almost as if it's done it to me before. It's almost as if this isn't the first time. Pushing my luck with a loaf there, but I don't know. Do you know what? It's random. That's another thing. You know when you open the menu and it says attach winch, but sometimes it'll open on start engine, and you're trying to attach a winch, but then it'll stall your engine, which now gets rid of the winch menu. Yeah, I mean, again, I could, if I'd wrote every bug that happened to me during yesterday's mission down. Yeah, it'd be a pretty fat list. I mean, it's just, we both know how this is going to end, don't we? The rail is going to end up on the trailer. So, just stop telling me it's impossible, because it's not. For one, I've got a goddamn horse, and secondly, yeah, it's not impossible. Why is it impossible? Why did they have to ruin... It used to work. Absolute tosser. And what I mean by highlighting the next bug, if the cranes actually worked, I could pick it up and rotate it. But the crane's not got the guts to lift it at this full length. So, I can't, and that's what I mean by one thing they do leads to the next limitation, to the next one, to the next one. And this is how I spend a lot of my life behind the scenes that gets edited out of videos, is fucking around with stupid stuff that just doesn't... See, like train tracks that hook onto you for dear life. I mean, for the love of God, can they just polish the game? The annoying thing is, I'd happily fuck it off and just drive it, I'll fly it with a crane. Oh my God. But I'm gonna need to load it onto something. Yeah, I mean, at this point, what do? Just sit there endlessly. This is where, for all I know, I could be here for an hour. Random, but the crane has apparently left its winch running. Interesting. That one happened. Well, I have actually a few times, but not when I was driving the truck. I had it. I could hear it left on a vehicle that I switched away from like a phase or two ago. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of shit the game keeps doing that's just wasting all my time when I'm struggling for free time as it is. And yeah, this is just the kind of ways that it just keeps costing extra. And just, if it was me, like, if this was my game, I'd kind of be like, yeah, shit, one bug leads to the next bug, to the next bug. Sort of not a good look. Like, probably should look into that. And I mean, now look, it's left the winch on. I don't really mind, I'm going to see what it does. But it's now kind of yoinked. The crane's now half phased into the loaf. It's a miracle, because for the first time ever, it's actually fully managed to retract into the crane, whereas normally the winch is too weak to lift, certainly this rail, let alone any cargo, all the way to the crane. But this one miracle glitch time is not only able to lift the rail, but it's actually able to fully retract it. It's just little things like that where it's like, well, I wish you'd fully retract the fucking crane when I ask you to, but it won't. But it'll do it the one time you don't want it to, need it to, didn't ask it to. It just decided, yeah, it's going to. But I mean, now this is why the trailer's driving funny. Again, I'm kind of curious. I'll indulge the bug if it wants to do it, but you can just quickly see how the most simple things turn into bloody hours. And then I know whilst it's happening, I've then got to spend more hours editing it. And I don't mind the editing, but I mean when it should be an hour or two of editing, not... Yesterday was, what, 11 hours? And that was just the editing, that wasn't even... The footage was the previous 2 days. Doubtful, but I just thought driving it around and kind of smashing it into everything might have made the game realise. See, I can't lift it unless I retract the crane. It's just like, for fuck's sake, game. Just let me game. Stop. I don't want to keep being like some kind of fucking bug workaround specialist. I play SnowRunner, not fucking, I don't know, bug figure outer. Believe it or not, the loaf is actually handy being there at the minute, because the crane won't reach anyway. And it's more awkward to get it level with the trailer. I'm going to try and put it on the loaf and then push the rail until it falls off the back of the loaf. Of course. Couldn't let that happen though. But yeah, I apologise, this is going to be like, unless I just fuck the mission off now. But again, normally, if this was not a live stream, I could at least edit this out at the end and just leave the successful bits in. It's highly unlikely, but fuck it, why not? Of course it is. I've known this is an option, by the way, it's just I don't really like doing it out of principle, because I shouldn't have to. If it becomes the best option because the game can't even do kind of what it said it could. Now it won't lift the crane. If I retract it, but the rail's too long. So yeah, welcome to my world recently. And bear in mind, to do all this, reattach the trailer and it will say nope, impossible to pack, and then you've got to detach the trailer, go back again, and yeah, it's a shame because it's kind of consistently getting in the way of a great game that I'm trying to play. Oh fuck. Do you know what? It's gonna make me fucking manual deliver after all that. I don't mind because it's a perfect example of like the bugs that is happening in this game, but after all that I could have flown it here. But yeah, you can see how much of a fucking twat it is. And it never used to be. It used to be so much nicer with like... You've seen, I used to stack like 4 cargo, say high where the loaf is, and you'd click pack cargo, and what it'd normally do, it wouldn't actually pack all 4 of them. So at some points in the game it'd pack 2 at a time, other times it'd pack 1 at a time, so you just had to keep clicking pack cargo, unpack cargo. But it was very lenient. practically never moan. The only time it'd moan is if you put cargo on and you had something like a vehicle, or your crane is what am I going for? I was going to say, is it now going to say, like, not give me the cargo management thing? Yeah, it just used to be a lot more lenient, and now it's a pain in the arse, like a complete pain in the arse, and that is a perfect example of just everything the game keeps doing. 7,300, that's not a great payout for that kind of mission. That should have been more like 15. I'd say probably more like 20, but they paid out 21 for doing that Tinseltown mission, so yeah, 7's a bit cheap though. Oh yeah, do you know what? I'm going to do this one, because that's that new trailer. I wanted to do this one the other day. Do you know what? There was a reason. There was a mission I set up to do this one before I did Tinseltown, and I can't remember. Which way is the map? Rotate it again. That way, I think. I know I should just look at the compass, but I just mean it's... I don't normally have to on other maps. Sort of quite easy to recognise when you got it rotated the right way. I just find these maps I really can't. I don't know if it's because of the snow, maybe. I don't know. I sort of feel I'm Alaska in that. Northport and White Valley. Like White Valley, you just got to look for the airport, for example. Brilliant. Tennessee was short because they also rolled out next-gen console upgrades with that map. Yeah, I agree. I think there was a lot of things that they were kind of getting clogged up a bit with at that point. And yeah, I do think you're right. I think that is exactly why. Which, like I said, I get it, but just on principle, I sort of would say to them, yeah, hire more people to get more stuff done quicker. But I fully agree. I reckon that's exactly what happened. And they didn't hire more people. But yeah, I think doing the next gen stuff, from what I heard, they had some issues kind of like getting that to that point. So I think it may have even like ate into more time than they even had planned. Turret behind me. You see, it's like I just want to put the loaf on top of the fucking trailer, and the crane just can't do it, even though the game itself offers the winch points at the top of scouts, which would imply that there might just possibly be a chance it's liftable. And yeah, it's like game. I don't know. Other than the loaf is a goddamn horse that just keeps rewarding you, but everything else, the game never really does anything good. It's just always like, oh no, this bug that fucks this up. It's pretty rare anything actually kind of accidentally works out in your favour. There's never a bug that you finish a mission and it accidentally gifts you a free vehicle, or accidentally gives you $100,000 more than it should have. Like, get some of those bugs happening in the game. Is that Matawix or Matawix? Is this single player? It is. There is the option in theory to... Did I activate the mission? Probably not. Sorry, there is an option to go online and kind of join up with other people. The problem is, when it comes down to mods, I believe the two people need to have the same mods, and that now makes things pretty complicated. And I'd say, yeah, the main focus of the game is certainly like single player. I only went on the multiplayer thing once to get a trailer, just to borrow it off someone. Other than that, yeah, I've not even been on it, and I've since heard, like, just with having to match the mods up, I'm probably not going to get around to it anytime soon. I mean, that's what, like, even if I wanted to do a night where it is like, get like some of you guys on it, just, yeah, that alone sort of already makes that idea like 100 times more complicated, just trying to figure out who's got what mod and what needs turning off and on and all sorts. Scotty Chenoweth, hey Lone Wolf, how are you tonight? Yeah, I'm not too bad, cheers dude. Right, sorry, I'll quickly figure out which way I'm going, and then again, fucking rotating the map. Where have I got to take it? She said. I would kind of like to come out of that gateway then, so that is this one. Well, just have to see how we get across the river. Probably be a way. We can figure it out. No, you won't be able to. Just, I need to know, yeah. You know, like if you could, well, I'll say borrow. Well, I wouldn't be bringing them back, to be fair. Those metal rolls. So it'd be little things like that that'd be nice touches in the game. Like, oh, I'll just poach the scenery. Matterwix, do you play multiplayer online? Yeah, no, other than that, it was to do one of the trophies. I can't remember what the trophy's called off the top of my head, but you had to lift a special objective trailer like 5 meters in the air or something. It was a bit of an odd one. And I'd already delivered the trailer that was on Northport, the big that was like massive special objective fuel trailer, and that was the only one at the time, I believe, that was liftable by the cranes, because they didn't have enough power. See, that's just another thing. It's like they added a trophy into the game that, yeah, the cranes they added just weren't capable except that one trailer, but that was a very early mission on the first map, so the vast majority of us had already delivered the trailer. Let's see if the current will carry me. If not, it's just because I'm already using the winch, but this is, in theory, an option. I only kind of do these things as well because it's, I'm tipping a bit, so I won't. Just because it might be, like, something one day you might want to try if you... yeah, like I said on Mudrunner, I crossed Deluge or whatever it was called. With a Hummer floating across using the current, kind of going diagonally. Admittedly, I probably didn't pick, like, I wasn't paying too much attention, but you know what it's going to do, don't you? It's going to winch to everything, but it won't show me the winch points on the load, which is another bug. Which, yeah, doesn't need to happen. See what I mean with the loaf? He doesn't float, but he does every now and then, kind of in an oddly convenient way. Like, now I'd rather he floats just because all I need to do is cross the river. But if you just drive him in, he'll sink. And in theory, drive across the bottom of the river. Obviously, the game would stall when you go deep enough. But yeah, it's weird. It's just... Again, I don't just say it with a loaf, he is actually a genuinely fascinating little creature. He's definitely worth getting. I'm getting a lot of them. Don't know how he does it, but he does. I mean, in yesterday's video alone, he rescued a Derry 15C and Steve. They're two pretty healthy meals for him. Yeah, it's not like I just give him the easy stuff and let him rescue like a lodestar and then say, see, he rescues everything. Like, he's pretty well documented as flipping some of the big stuff. And Steve in particular, I mean, in the end I didn't even bother with winches, just to go the old-fashioned way. Just kind of drove against Steve and it flipped him. Yeah, I really want to know if I've got that footage. It really would have been a nice little cherry on top in that video. I believe it's when I cut to where Steve and the loaf was like, the loaf was laying on its side. I think the loaf was like near the trees behind it and I honked the horn and it just shot me up in the air and then I landed on my side, and I think that's how I originally got into that position, which I was obviously just laughing like, well there you go, the loaf managed to get back to its wheels, etc, etc, but I honked the horn and the game fires me up in the air and forces my loaf to land on its side, and it was like, yep, that's how the missions are going. Or just the game. It was like, I'd finally got out of one situation and it just put me in another. I think I got it mixed up with like the loaf at some point shot off the roof of the Derry, but I think that was because I packed the crane, and I think I kind of sort of remembering a bit of one and half of the other. Scotty Channelworth, what's the new map about? I've been out the loop lately. I had a lot going on and missed a bunch of content. Trying to think what. It's sort of a good question when you're saying like what's it about. Like I was thinking of a theme and all that. It's a little bit vague this time compared to others. There's again, the maps aren't terrible. I suppose there's like a bit of a movie theme actually. That's what I'm apparently moving, like some kind of movie star trailer now. Yeah, you can see in the background there's like the boards up that are obviously fake houses and stuff. It doesn't really play out. I suppose it's odd really, because with that, just thinking with that or Stoke sign, have they gone for like a parody of Hollywood? But it's weird because it's set in Scandinavia. Like, you'd think in that case they could have just made it like a fictional, I don't know, just a, you know, set it in America would have made more sense. I don't know, that just occurred to me then. See? So, cheers for asking the question. It's little things like that. Yeah, I don't, like a movie theme, but I'll be honest, don't like take that with a grain of salt in the sense of it's only because, yeah, they've now say added this trailer, but it's other than that, it doesn't really play a massive part. It's just a bunch of missions that are excuses to go from A to B, etc. Which is, I'm not saying that strictly like in a bad way, but yeah, they don't feel very all sort of linked together or anything. It just feels like, yep, pick another one off the list. And there's obviously going to be some exceptions, or like you could get bridges built first or roadblocks cleared first, but yeah, there's not really kind of, as far as I'm aware, I've not, well, I feel like I've wasted enough time to do like some big mission videos just looking through all the missions and thinking, well, yeah, kind of, I don't even really know. I know I'm in the Dolphin, but I might just, as it's going to be quick enough, just fly along the road for, I could obviously do it in like a 57X or something. I have to say again, that vehicle, 57X, did very well in yesterday's video. I was actually pretty impressed. Again, I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. Impressed with that truck, because it I kind of thought it'd absolutely throw in the towel as soon as I got from the road to the muddy section. I was kind of prepared to accept that, and I thought at that point I'll make the Derry the lead vehicle, and I'll just tow the 57X behind me. And yeah, it quickly turned out that the 57X, apart from one little patch of snow, made it the whole way in high gear, flew up that end hill with no problem and all sorts, and the Derry managed to absolutely balls it up. It's funny as well, because I ended up adding that little, whatever his name is, like the just do it thing into the video, and it was, I had no intention, didn't even occur to me. It was when I was editing it, what I actually thought was, what's his name, Ben Stiller off like Dodgeball and that, where he says do it. Yeah, because I then just, when it did the bug where it said impossible to pack cargo, I ended up just mashing the pack and unpack button 20 times. Again, I wasn't raging, but it was just more kind of for the fun of it. I was sort of laughing more than I was like mad when I was doing it. But then yeah, just for whatever reason, I think I then typed do it on YouTube, and it brought up the him saying just do it. And then I happened to listen to it whilst I was watching the video, and it just, I didn't even edit, like where it says something about don't let your dreams be dreams, and it just cuts to the loaf. I didn't even edit that. It was just the footage happened to fit, and then it's like when it was rolling back down the hill, and then it says like don't give up, and it's just as it stopped, it all just fit, and I was like, well, fuck it, I'm putting it on there. But yeah, that kind of wasn't planned, just because all I'm saying, if it was, part of the theme of that speech was you get into the top of that hill, and I would have put more effort in. Well, I did put a lot of effort in, but there were so many other side projects and avoiding bugs that had gone on during that mission. I just, for the second day, I was like, I'd run out of time to just, I knew I could sit there and faff around, but yeah, I got to the point, I was like, I don't want a Derry to complete the mission anymore. Like, I don't want it as the end truck when I get the animation and all that. I just, yeah, once I decided that, it's like the Derry's dead to me now. So, and yeah, the 57X deserved to take the credit and finish that mission, because that absolutely fattened the loaf, obviously. Yeah, absolutely saved the day on that mission. Duck, before I go tonight, would you say the Freightliner deserves to be on the game cover? No, that is actually a good question. I've thought that myself. I even did one of my videos. It might even be, was it the Freightliner gameplay and review? I tried to sort of replicate the yeah, the front cover, kind of the Freightliner driving up. I believe it was White Valley up the mountain. And no, it's not an amazing truck. I believe they've tweaked some things on it, but the fact that it's got those winches on the back that get in the way, like when you tow a trailer, say the step deck for example, it catches on the winches. Again, it's another example of like, really? And you, like, do they not have someone with quality control that's just like, yeah guys, the truck you've got on the cover can't even tow a trailer without it catching on the winches that you can't remove off the back of it, that serve no purpose because we can't use them as winches. It's just little things like that where, yeah, I'd say out of anything that was an odd choice, and it's not even specifically anti that truck, because it's got its uses here and there. Admittedly, it's one of them that could get removed out of the game, and I'm really not going to miss it, but I don't want to hate on the truck, because for what it is, it's like, it's not terrible to drive. Again, I believe they've at least fixed it up into some kind of like decent state, but it's just, yeah, the fact that like the trailer catches is an odd one and all that, and it's not the most usable vehicle and etc. I'm surprised it ended up being yeah, the cover art. Especially off the top of my head, Freightliner's a real brand, isn't it? I'm surprised they didn't yeah, go for like put a vehicle that's like essentially a fake vehicle that might look similar to a real life one, but I'm surprised they didn't go down that route. Maybe they've got some kind of deal with Freightliner. Maybe Freightliner said you can have our vehicles, but we want our truck as the cover art. But then you can have the rights to it for free or very cheap, maybe. I don't know. It's obviously just pure speculation, but yeah, again, good question. It's, I mean, well, now I'd put the goddamn horse of a vehicle on the. There'd be no other. Well, I'd put the horse on top of probably the Zix, to be honest. It objectively is just a very good truck. I still prefer this Dolphin for the fact that it's quicker and whatnot. But there's no arguing. If somebody said, I've got a load of missions to complete on a map and I need a general all-purpose very good vehicle that's now got, like, the Dolphin hasn't got, but the Zix has got the roof rack, the fuel tanks are going to last longer, etc. Yeah, it's a hard one to beat that, really. And Steve, it's nice to see, because that was definitely a bit of an infamous truck from MudRunner, but it's a little bit, it's too faffy with the gears. Like, you spend so much time changing from one gear to the next, and it's just waiting a second or two for like the equivalent of the clutch to engage so it actually drives, and then before you know it, it's into the next gear and it's doing the same thing. Yeah, it's the theory, the attempt they did, because I believe they added an extra gear to like the advanced special or whatever. I like the idea, but yeah, just in practice as I've driven it around, it spends too much of its life just changing gear every 2 seconds. Whereas using the Zix 605R again, I believe exploring, yeah, maybe the second map, it's just a very good vehicle. I think had I done, yeah, the same route with Steve, the same exploration video would have took a while longer. Do you know what? Yeah, I'm interested because there was only that movie star mission that you could actually do on this set of contracts. So it's funny, at least there does seem to be a little bit more of a theme by default with these middle set of contracts. I wouldn't necessarily say it will matter, but the fact that they've only unlocking one at a time at the minute, as silly as it sounds, it's like, cool, at least I don't have to try and figure out like which order I want to do them all in, which normally isn't a problem, but yeah, just in among all the cargo crafting that seems a little bit over faffy as well. Yeah, there's just a lot of yeah, time doing stuff that like isn't playing the game on this phase. I sort of find its moments. Didn't work. I was going to try and flick him round. To be honest, I think we discovered this last week as well. The loaf actually tows very nicely in reverse, and I assume because what the game often tries to do is apply the steering, but obviously going backwards, his rear wheels are just guaranteed to be locked straight. So this might actually, not just for me towing a loaf, but I'm just saying in general, it doesn't always apply. I highly doubt towing trucks in reverse is often going to be a recommended thing, but a lot of you are probably more likely to be towing some kind of scout behind you. I mean, again, I'd recommend a loaf. Just based on, like, you know, you can put a roof rack on them, and yeah, all sorts of stuff. I mean, essentially, right now, the loaf is a trailer that I can just also jump in and drive around. Like, they've finally added, say, scout trailers, but here you go. Here is the original scout trailer. With supplies, I mean. Where am I going? Not even paying attention, I'm too busy enjoying the loaf. Yeah, we're going to go and do another trailer on Solid. I quite like doing special objective trailers. It's nice to see, actually. That first movie trailer looks pretty cool. Now they're doing this one. Yeah, I can't remember if I said it before or after this phase, but I feel like I said it authentically, at least. I said I hope they add more special objective trailers, because they actually had quite a few, kind of, when the game first came out, and yeah, I don't think they utilised them as much as they could. Like, for example, that massive, super heavy fuel trailer or whatever. I'm not even sure if we've seen another one since. I could be wrong on that. If we have, we ain't seen many, because I actually quite like the trailer. I think it's a trailer we should be allowed to buy. I don't really see why we can't. It carries like 5,000 fuel or whatever, so obviously in mods we can. I might even be able to get it now, possibly, in the trailer store. I'm not sure if it's on Fox's thing. Oh yeah, again, AJL on it. I'll have to ask him in a comment the name of his trailer pack. I didn't go and look, specifically type it in tonight, but I remember I did. I typed AGL in the other week to go and get a couple of the other mods, and I didn't see the trailer thing there while I was at it. But I was in a bit of a rush, so I did look for it, but I didn't. Once I couldn't see it, I didn't then try a few different things. I had to get on with it. Oh yeah, shit, it's gonna need just saddle high. That's another little thing. What do people think about, like, saddle high and saddle low in the game? It's another one where it's a little bit of a pain in the arse in situations. I don't know. Or if you could have the option, like, I suppose it'd make it irrelevant even having both of them, but if you could kind of flip a switch on your truck dash and it lifts the saddle low up to be a saddle high. See, as much as it'd make it sound like that'd make it irrelevant, it sort of wouldn't, just because it'd be just a random little game feature then that's like, oh, yep, yeah, it's a saddle high trailer, I'll flick my switch. It'd be a more enjoyable thing than going, oh yeah, shit, I've got the wrong saddle, and then you have to go back. Because it's not the end of the world. I'm not even that far from where I've got to be, so I'm not worried about it in that sense, but just again, the principle of it feels sort of a bit of an untidier. Yeah. There's a lot of things, like, again, a phenomenal game, not ripping on it and hating on it. I did say, though, with the yesterday's videos, like, worst case, I could have just edited the absolute bare bones of it, not even looked at all the other 10 hours of footage I had. But yeah, I did want sufficient time to actually roast the bugs. But you can see, though, tonight there's already been loads kicking in, and it's been a good example. And the rail, to be fair, like, I could have manually just loaded that so I didn't need to pack it on the trailer, but I'd say that's irrelevant, because it's the only mission that happens like that very rarely. The 99% of missions is you've got to pack it on the trailer and deliver it, and yeah, that's just the kind of thing we've been doing a lot. Did you mark that? That's the joke. It's not. I can't see it on my phone, but I did say this the other week. There was some comments that I could kind of tell were missing. So yeah, just for what it's worth, I was going to say, if I do, I apologise if I do miss anyone's comments. Occasionally, yeah, for whatever reason, I have no idea. I've certainly never clicked anything that's like restricting comments or whatever. But yeah, they don't always. I have noticed once or twice. I can't remember which way around it is. I think I saw them go past on the TV, but they're not on my phone or something. So what am I doing? I don't know why I keep getting like autopilot confused that I'm about to travel through that gateway, and that's why I'm kind of waiting around as if I'm waiting for something. No, not a winch to the vehicle. See, there's it again. It's like, just be normal, game. Is that close enough? Okay. I actually quite like this trailer as well. I know it's an awkward thing. The camera angle is a bit of a, considering I believe that I've got my field of view kind of the most pulled out. In the worst case, you just drive like the camera. You even need looking where you're going is overrated, to be honest. I tend to find it's a lot more exciting. I just wait till you hit something. Well, I suppose I may as well go up this side of the map because I did just basically do this road. Probably, strictly speaking, objectively, now I've got the bridge built again. I don't know what the hell is going on, but yeah, can't say words properly to save my life. Yeah, we're going that way. Yeah, it'd probably be quicker to go that way. Yeah, for whatever reason, there's something about this trailer. I like the ridiculous fat awkwardness of it. Like, just even the camera. There's more trailer than it's just a lot of trailer. So why not? I mean, like, you can barely even see the dolphin, and what you can see. There's like a little baby Micro Machines vehicle sat on the front. Like, look at him. You would not want this trailer next to your knob the first time you show a go, would you? Because it's just going to make everything look small. You want to go with small hands. That's what you want to go with, hands like the dolphin. You want to be pulling out this trailer. That is best case scenario. Those rails on the trailer. It's random, but I remember thinking this when I first seen this trailer. Are you supposed to walk on that? Is that like rails to stop someone falling off? I know that's random, but every time I see the top of the trailer, I always think about just walking around on top of it. I think if I just keep following this main road, I didn't draw any dots, but as long as the road remains like a pretty fat main road, I believe we are going the right way. There's a lot of broken road sections. On this phase, not that it really matters. One of them actually, when you leave the garage, is quite a nice jump. The real Kestrel, complete the repair yard on the second map early. True, yeah, I believe I have, but I agree with that. That is definitely one of the kind of like the high priority missions. But yeah, there doesn't feel like there's that many on this phase. Once you've actually got, like, say, the well, there's not even a garage to get unlocked, but yeah, I believe I think I've done that anyway. And yeah, get like the Neo Falcon, get the Burlak, and then other than that, there's some roadblocks that I suppose like just you may as well. Oh no, I was going to cross there. But yeah, but other than that, there's not like, say, versus I don't know, Wisconsin with a paper mill and all that. There was definitely much more of a theme going on. But then it's hard to explain because it's not, at the same time, it's not like I specifically gave much of a shit that I don't know, we're building a paper mill in and of itself doesn't really mean anything to me. But it at least, yeah, kind of help the order of the missions flow a bit, but there was still a little bit of freedom to kind of mix it up as you want. But and it might be like a bit of an extra problem in the sense of, like I say, it's more just I sort of think, well, what video do I make next? It's sort of nice to yeah, make one that's I don't mean like worth making, but yeah, kind of has some intention to it beyond it's just a lucky dip, it feels like, with this phase where I'll just pluck a mission out of thin air, make a video on it. It might be a mission that someone else completed, like their first or second mission was that, or it could just as easily be the last mission they do. Whereas, yeah, I don't know, what was the Amor region or whatever, I can't remember the name of the first map off the top of my head. Yeah, that had quite a lot where it's like, oh, then you've got to unlock this map, then you go unlock Cosmodrome, then you want to go and get the Zix. It was quite obvious, like, right, this is the video I want to make next. Because everybody else is probably going to be looking for the similar thing, is like, for example, the Cosmodrome, like how to unlock that, because I remember there was like an extra step that sort of, that's probably just quite a good example of, and again, various people sort of helped me and tipped me off in the comments, but I then knew like the video was kind of objectively a very good way around unlocking Cosmodrome. So yeah, it's a useful video to make, but some of these missions are kind of a little bit sort of standalone, don't really, and there's not a lot to explain, so it's just making a video for the sakes of it, but it's not exactly like there's a rush. Where the hell did the trailer go? God, I might have kept the trailer for $8 grand. Is that 8 or 6? Fucking hell, I just got ripped off $2 grand because I couldn't even read properly. Well, I can read it, just it'd be nice if the screen had words bigger than an ant. Well, other than it stole the trailer, I'm not too happy about that. But then again, I would have had to have cashed it in because it won't unlock the next mission. I'm kind of curious just because I haven't really looked through these missions because they were locked and I was just too busy getting distracted by the other ones. So deliver there. See, there's a good example. I now just click to see what's in the warehouse and it's now gone off the mission. And luckily I can remember which one it is, or at least where to find it. But yeah, I've lost a lot of when you've got, you know, 40 missions to go. that can take some time up. And it never used to do that. It just show you what's in the warehouse, but it'd stay on the mission. For whatever reason, it's like cool that they're there. It's not even that I can't really be asked go into all 3, say. I assume you get 2 planks of wood from each. I just kind of like leaving them there, you know, because they're on the map, but they're usable. As weird as that is, I know that's kind of like a weird offshoot of playing games where I'd sit and hog all the good stuff and just never use it in case I ever need to use it, which is a weird kind of paradox that results in me never using the good stuff. But I don't know. Basically, I'm going to go here and build some, well, craft some wood. I mean, it made more sense when they, not that I'm strictly saying I want them to do that, but when we used to have to cache logs in for wooden planks. Well, yeah, there is a generator there, so whatever attack, I might have to turn the generator on because I don't know if I crafted like a shitload of wood last time I was there. Where did, oh, the Burlak's on the other map now, isn't it? Beams is 4 slot, and I assume I can get them from here as well. Hang on, why has it gone on to a different mission? Or did I ever activate that? I must have, because I was reading what I needed. God knows. Yeah, sorry. I'm kind of confusing myself. I'm just trying to think what vehicle to take. Oh, I could take 2 vehicles. I'm going to go and make a Burlak. Just to get the beams, so it's not even going to be like an insane mission, but going to be quicker to build one than it is to go through the loading menu to the other map to go and get the one that I already built. Oh, hang on, zoom. I might of oh no, I did, yeah. Thanks to AGL, he did remind me, and I went back and put that gearbox in. Oh no, I'll leave the tyres. Nice submarine, it'd just be rude not to, if it's an option. Well, that's cool, you can have like the log things. Actually, it'd probably look pretty cool. Do you know what, is there a long login mission? Because it's weird as well, it won't let you open that menu up when you're in the middle of the equipping a vehicle. It is what it is, it's not the end of the world, but just, you know, it'd be nice if you could just press the button and have a look. A login mission, I won't go through too many, but I do kind of feel, I'm sure it was like one of the Watchtower missions, because I remember thinking it wants you to take like cargo and wood, so you're definitely going to have to take sort of like 2 vehicles, because it's kind of like 2 separate branches of cargo. What the branches for the wood wasn't even a joke, but it kind of ended up fitting. That's what she said. What the bloody hell are these contract missions? Yeah, long logs. Well, let's go and do whatever the hell. Where does it want me to go? By the lake. So we'll set a burlac up then for long logs. Metal rolls 2. There's only 2 slots of cargo, so that's, yeah. Let's do that, because I actually think this thing will be pretty interesting with the just doing long logs. It's not something I thought it'd be able to do. Certainly appreciate being given the option to. I mean, again, so it's nice with like, well, all the mods really, but AGL's an example. There's just more. It's like, yeah, more stuff. I remember Fox's twice twin steer. Not only can you put the log carriage things on that it made the twice twin steer, oh sorry, the twin steer, I suppose his is the twice twin steer, be able to carry logs, which looked great, and it's like I can't even believe they didn't put that in the game, because it's frankly genius, especially for the twin steer that isn't the most usable of vehicles. I know it's like 4 slots of cargo as it's sort of like, and it acts as its own trailer. Yeah, but the twice twin steer, you could put one of the log things on the back, so then you could drag the logs, and it's a completely, doesn't need to happen, all the rest of it. But I really enjoyed it, dragging the logs around off the back of the twice twin steer, and then I was able to have room, I think, for a loaf and all sorts. It was great. And yeah, it was such a random option that just didn't need to exist. And I don't even know, strictly speaking, if he originally intended it like that, but I remember speaking to him and he said, yeah, I think if it was like an accident, it ended up being sort of a happy accident where, oh no, I'm not even going there, where the hell am I getting logs from now? Beams I need to get from there. Where the hell are logs? Are they on this map? Yeah, and he's aware though that it was doing what it does, and I think he just liked it as well. And I was saying as well, yeah, I think it's cool, like leave it as it is. And yeah, so, not saying by the way I'm the one who had the idea, like he'd already figured out that it was funny. I think I used it on a live stream and it ended up packing the logs that way, and yeah, I just thought it was funny, but that's another thing where it was like, he just left it in as an option, because why not? Right. How far away? That gateway. Yeah, do you know what? We'll go that gateway then. And then I'll drive up there. We'll figure it out, but something like that. I'm also I'm going to take a vehicle that's got the beams, just because if I go separately I'm going to have to go through 2 lots of loading screens. Do you know what? Dolphin's probably not a terrible idea. What else? Well, I'm having a loaf anyway. It was already decided. I need something to take the beams. Or, what is it I need? Rolls. Dolphin's not bad. In theory, I could have a bit more variety going on, but these are some very good mods. I don't really quite like driving Dolphin and the Loaf and the Bioelectric again. It's the first time I've been able to drive like what I would consider a very nice one to drive. Just because it's rare I even get to. I suppose it kind of defeats the purpose. Basically, I was going to get a 2-slot trailer and then put the loaf in the sideboard. But I'm going to tow it with the loaf. Just because I don't... It's very rare I even spawn a trailer. The only reason why I said it's sort of self-defeating or whatever is... Now the loaf isn't going to be in the sideboard. I don't need... I could now put the cargo in the sideboard. Saying that actually. Can't. Because... I want to travel through the gateway in one go, so I'll have to do a road train between this and the Burlap. So there was method to my madness originally. Just got distracted by that trailer. Yeah, that's there you go. So he has got it in here. Have we ever had to... There might have been a second time, I don't know. But that was the trailer that I used originally on the map, that then vanishes on Black River. And that was the only trailer that was liftable. With the cranes, I don't know now, like maybe that Kenworth one or whatever. Well, it's not strictly like for the Kenworth, but that might do a bit better these days. But yeah, just randomly, for what it's worth. I mean, a lot of you have sort of heard it before, but yeah, that's why I went on online multiplayer or whatever, just to borrow someone. It was funny as well, because when you load up on someone's game, it was sort of a lucky dip, what map they're on, etc. Just going that way. See, that happened loads as well on the mission yesterday. I know I keep jumping from story to story or whatever. The cargo rotation is an absolute pain in the arse on this game. There's just another thing. But after it had done some other bug and I was reloading something, like even the cargo. And then, for example, it will say impossible to pack, so you've got to rotate it. But then you pick it up and it rotates the opposite way, 90 degrees. Which now takes 30 seconds of holding the button down constantly. And yeah, it's like... I won't keep going on about them forever, but I did sort of say to myself the other day, right, I'm going to roast all the bugs. They need it. They need cooling out on it. And it is actually accumulated into a pretty fat list of bugs that I've been able to kind of pretty easily name and point them out as they happen tonight alone. it's actually been pretty... Like, the mods themselves make up for a lot of the bugs. Like, they probably avoid half the bugs just by being a more polished vehicle in general. Yeah, they call me an apple the way I be in cider. That is the sort of... Yeah, it's funny as well, because I've been, like, when I reply... Well, not on here necessarily. Although there's, again, a bit of a side thing, but there's a lot more memes recently on YouTube. Like, the amount that get recommended. I think there's some kind of loophole with YouTube where... if you post memes, it seems to recommend you... I've not done this myself, or not, certainly not with the intention of that. Oh no, rolls. If you post memes on YouTube, apparently it's more likely to recommend you to complete strangers, which is why recently, some of you may have had the same, we just scrolling down YouTube, and then there's a meme, which I'm not inherently against, but the person posting them might not even have many videos, if any, and they've got like 500,000 subscribers, and all they do is post memes, but just the algorithms of YouTube just kind of apparently recommend them to everyone at that point. That's why, like, people that they've never made a video or anything to be recommended, they'll get recommended to you just for posting a meme. And yeah, it's weird. I'm just throwing that out there because that's where I have seen some memes on recently, but then not so recently because YouTube keeps crashing. So as I said, I ended up going on Facebook was one of them. Yeah, sorry, now I've got to drive over to this gateway, and I may as well collect the burlap on the way as a road train. Yeah, sorry, and then that is the sort of, like, yeah, some silly innuendo meme, and yeah, it's the exact sort of comment I would make. To be honest, I've recently-ish, just out of boredom every now and then, because I've had, like, yeah, my time, like, oh, I might get half an hour here and that, and like I said, just because I couldn't really go on YouTube and just put a video on, so open up the internet and putting Facebook on. It's one of the only things, because I haven't got the Facebook app, it won't keep saying every 2 seconds, do you want to open it up in the app? If I go on YouTube via Safari on the internet, it will then just keep saying, do you want to open it in the app, and it will sometimes auto open it, which then freezes my phone up and then it crashes the YouTube app. So yeah, I've not been on that as much recently, but just, yeah, some memes and some of the comments. And as well, for what it's worth, I know they're scammers. Like, you know, on Facebook you get like these fake month-old accounts that be a picture of some attractive looking woman and they try and add you, and then some of them start trying to have like dirty texts and all that. And yeah, so some of the responses, I'm proud of myself. Like, you had to do it, trailer. Basically, some woman was, again, well, some kind of scammer. It might have been a woman though, was just writing dirty messages, but they weren't even that amazing. It was like, Jesus Christ, I'll send, like, I don't know, whatever she wrote, like it got plucked out of an 18-year-old girl's diary of, like, it sounded far too, I don't know, girly. But I was writing stupid jokes. I was basically derailing the conversation with ridiculous jokes. Like, the most stupid things. Whatever they said, I would use that as the theme to make jokes off of. And, yeah, some of them, I'm not even saying they're funny, it was more funny how they kept trying to get back to sending dirty messages, and I just kept derailing the shit out of it. And, yeah, it was random, but That was something I did to pass a little bit of time, since it was the only app that wouldn't crash on me. But then that's true, because Facebook's got some separate like messenger app or whatever, and that does crash. So I can't even do that or anything. So yeah, I only went on Facebook. It was basically for memes, just because I was bloody bored, and yeah, it was just like my brother was over, my nephew was floating around, so I didn't really have free time, but was kind of here and there getting an hour. Sorry, I don't know what. I just realised, what the hell am I doing? Why did I click in the garage? Why am I on a Kenworth? There was oh yeah, I need a crane. That's why I was on a Kenworth. I should have just used one out garage, but silly as it sounds, I don't really like moving it. Truth lies, bug runner. Pretty much, it's sadly, I'd say particularly for me since Phase 9, it's been an absolute nightmare just trying to get. It was more back then was like the live streams. It was particularly punishing me with. Yeah, but tonight and yesterday and whatnot has been a good example of just 50 little bugs that are not. It's not blue screening me or anything. It's just little things in the game that, for the most part, they all used to work fine. It's just like I say, each time they had a phase, it just wrecks one or two things a little bit, and it's added up now where they really do need to have a bit of a spring clean of the bugs they have got in the game. Just to actually grab the right vehicle. I'm surprised they didn't try and winch to a telegraph pole. Who knows? That building, a tree up there, a snail, everything except the vehicle I actually wanted, but rare exceptions. Did. When I do this mission, I'm going to remember to bring a large crane. Is that, sorry, because I've been a bit behind on the comments to say the least. Is that with the ones with the rail thing, or was it another mission? Sorry, I fell behind enough to the point where I might be thinking of the wrong mission. Hotshot, hey, just curious, have you tried the upgraded AGL cranes? I'm not sure. I don't believe, though, I probably specifically have. Tried just about every mod, like, vehicle he's done, and obviously various ones have got the cranes, but I think in them cases, like, it's just, you know, the in-game crane is kind of applied to it. It's not his specific creation. But I need to go on, like, the menu and actually look, because, again, it's the trailer pack I want to try of his, and if he's got, like, cranes that he's tweaked, I'd definitely be very interested in them. Obviously, I'm only going to use them on this version of, like, my playthrough. I won't use them on the normal game. Nothing against, like, obviously, based on, like, the quality of the mods and that, I'll be using a lot of them. But yeah, as I don't use any mods on there. Which, funnily enough, though, part of the reason, I'd say there is an element of, like, I just want to have one playthrough where I play the game how nature intended, so to speak, but I'm not bother with a giant post anyway. But yeah, the other reason is to avoid more bugs as well, and it's not even saying that on the modders end, and I'd say by now it's pretty rare. When we originally got the mods, there was just a few more teething problems to iron out, so I just wanted to keep, like, the mod playthrough and everything separate, but I quite like that it's turned out that way. I sort of, yeah, in the end I quite like doing the live streams as, like, the mod playthrough, just because, yeah, I can just fit more stuff in, like, because it's that's what he said, because it's because it's quicker, it's just, yeah, otherwise it's going to be the same missions, but I'll just be going horrifically slow, and sometimes it just makes me feel a bit like, oh god, sort of wasting everyone's time. If I'm crawling through the mud at half a mile an hour for half an hour, I can just edit it out, or at the very least, like, put it on, say, like, fast forward times 8 or something. But yeah, having to... Everything you see on a live stream is, like, obviously unedited compared to what I could normally edit, so... Like, in theory, I could take one live stream and edit kind of, like, however many missions I do on that live stream, but I could make 6, 7, 8, like, mini videos kind of off the back of it. So yeah, you're sort of seeing the raw footage, in which case I like to have vehicles that are, at least don't make it take forever to get the raw footage. I mean, a prime example, say that Orstoke mission that I did yesterday, obviously with the editing and all that, but if it was the AGL version of the Derry, I mean, it would have walked the whole mission. It probably wouldn't have tipped on the rocks that when I was towing it with the 57X. It just, yeah, that whole mission would have been an absolute walk in the park. And obviously it ended up being funny how ridiculous the mission ended up being. Right, now I'm over here. Is it there? I've just got to go in general. It is saying the arrows there, but... What? Oh, Spirit of the Rivet, see? That's why it helps to pay attention. No. Shit, I just cancelled the wrong mission. Yeah, it was this one I wanted to... Long logs. Oh, so they are going to a different location. Oh no, that's probably trying to tell me that's where I get them from. So the Dolphin can go there, so it's not a crazy drive, it's only along that normal road. It's the Burlak though, I want to take up there actually. Do you know what, I'll go first for that. I was going to just quickly nip the Dolphin there, but let's go and get the logs. Food ranch, shit. The American flag. Sounds pretty good. How are you doing? Yeah, well, yeah. I'm just thinking, probably isn't a road going this way. Shouldn't be a problem. It's that level of torque at the low end. Again, it's a very nice vehicle, but it's a very nice feeling, and I enjoy it in the game. Like exploring the top end of the mechanics of the game. I've sort of said it before probably, but it's like in Grand Theft Auto, for example. I'll happily rip someone out of a normal car and steal it, but I can steal like a Bugatti and see, I don't know, just the game at 200 miles an hour. Seems, why wouldn't I want to? And admittedly, it doesn't make as much sense, like, really high speed in this game. But I certainly do think AGL's found a very nice balance where everything's got enough oomph and it's quick, but yeah, it doesn't cross that line into where it gets ridiculous, and a lot of the mods do, to where they're funny, but they're so powerful, they're too powerful for their own good and the way the power's delivered and all the rest of it, they just go into like Jeff's special mode and go flying off all over the place. Again, certainly have their uses for, I've flown some off the White Valley cliffs and that, but yeah, these are like powerful mods whilst simultaneously being very sane, rational, reasonable mods to play out. And it, like, I've got the top engine and I can easily just drop that down. And I think there's like 100,000, 200,000, etc. all the way up to 1 million, so you can kind of pretty incrementally nerf the power on this truck if you wanted, 10% at a time. So you'd be able to find like a pretty nice mix of if you want something that's like less powerful but still more than gutless.
mark that. Apologies everyone for saying this so many times, but I know Wolf's going to love this. They call me iron deficient, the way anemia bitch with blue hair to devour my Frank Squirter in Deutschland.
That was a bit of a rare one. That is, again though, I'll have to, yeah, screenshot. Do you know what? I made a Halloween joke the other day, and I was fucking well happy with it. Someone put a picture of a girl in a slug costume. It was a very good Halloween slug costume. Like, dressed as a very good slug, and then dragging what looked like cling film or whatever behind them. Looked like the trail. But then the meme said, oh hang on, I'm not even at the right place yet. The meme said something like, when your girlfriend's coming back from a Halloween party that you weren't invited to. And what did I say? Something like, she's dressed as a slug, and then I said, and I would dress as a snail, just to say that I came in Michelle Myers' Halloween costume. And I know that's ridiculous, but it was a French snail eating, girlfriend shagging, Michael Myers, Michelle, because that's the French version of Michael, French snail, joke. And I was pretty bloody happy with it, to be honest. And yeah, it was random, but I was like, wow. I managed to fit quite a lot. That was a pretty efficient one that covered a lot of on-topic things. It was pretty good like that. I do actually, I like the logging in general in this game. It looks like it gets a bit close to the cab. Hang on. No, it don't matter, it's turning. Oh, hang on. Do you know what, I might have even been steering the wrong way then. No, it seems alright. It's bloody close, but I don't think it's catching. So I'm going back across the river. To be honest, this river, I'm gonna try over there. They've, oh, then again, it's submarine mode. Fuck it, we'll figure it out. As long as I'm going with the current, so it doesn't tip me. Start heading this way and we'll see what happens. Also FYI, there is another thick boy fuel trailer on Big Salmon. Is there? Yeah, I kept thinking in my head, as like, I could only remember one, but there was something telling me like there's at least one more. I just couldn't for the life of me remember where it is, or if it exists, or if I just imagined it, or I got one as like a mod trailer. But yeah, no, cheers. I thought there might have been another one somewhere. Had to turn it on to those factory missions. The way you said bitch killed me for some reason. Thanks for reading that. No, no worries, dude. Yeah, bitch. I don't know. I think I swear a lot in general. I genuinely don't. It's not. I certainly don't think. Well, yeah, sounds cool swearing, but I just swear words are good, aren't they? Then I remember reading something the other month that did say, and I agree, it's like, I don't find swearing offensive. I can't remember what it said, but it was something along the lines of like, I find backstabbing, fucking people over, and screwing people over or whatever, I find that offensive. But I don't find swearing offensive. It's like, I agree, to be honest. I'd rather an honest person that swears than a little backstabbing snake that doesn't. Well, we'll figure it out. I think the Bearlack is going for a swim. Got to figure out where he's jumping in. Bit of see, there's times like this. Went off. If this wasn't a live stream, I definitely would have gone back and got a loaf. I am prepared to invest that kind of time. I want to cross down here. But yeah, it'd be nice to have a loaf on me now, because, well, about to go swimming. And to be fair, this thing is a submarine. I'm hoping the current is going from right to left. It is. Yeah, it's a submarine, so it should be fine, but just generally speaking, I have a loaf nearby. We'll open up some options. Apparently this is a submarine though. Again, that's another great feature that AGL adds to various vehicles that didn't need to, but it's just very nice and funny that the option exists. I think, what's the Tatrin 420, I think his version of that submarine. I think Dan is as well, and that came in bloody handy on Duncan Bay. When... was there a loaf in the water? Dan had to go in the water. And if he wasn't submarine mode, I still would have got out of it, because I reckon his engine would have ran. It would have just kept taking damage, but... oh no, shit. Going to the wrong side of the river. I would have just had to keep repairing it. So it made life a lot easier that I didn't have to keep doing that. Oh yeah, is this where I tried to cross the other... like, on the exploration video? I never did, so I did a U-turn, but yeah. So it doesn't go insanely deep. That's what she said to someone else. It's funny, maybe... well, going that way against the current, if I was crossing from this side, wouldn't go well. Maybe the P12 or something, or the iceberg would be tall enough. I wouldn't say this is... it's not a small vehicle, really. But it's not, I'd say, the tallest or anything. So there might be, in theory, a way to cross there. But again, just you wouldn't want to go against the current, so you'd have to cross, like, to the right of those 3 blue tents. Sort of aim that way anyway from here. So the other nice thing about the long logs is, because of just the way the trailer is, it's like, sort of behaves the equivalent of a saddle trailer, really. So rather than like a dolly axle one, even though it, you know, the rear of the trailer kind of is acting like its own dolly in a way, but yeah, you can rally around a lot more with the long logs. Obviously the medium or the shorter normally, like a log carriage. I'm assuming I've not gone the right way. I'm still going to go this way now. Oh, shit, I'm in reverse. I'm going to say it's going back a bit eagerly. Yeah, the medium log trailers are a complete beast. Like, it's just very top heavy and wants to fall over all the time, but you can really push your luck with the long log trailer setup. Like, the front part of it acts enough. Did you see them all slide forward then? I've not really noticed that before, when they're actually packed. That's actually quite a nice little feature. It doesn't mean anything, but I'm pretty sure I did just see what I saw, and yeah, that's one of them. It's like the bridges that flex on that when you drive over some of them. It's a nice little detail. I have given them a good bit of roasting over the bugs, so it's only fair to point out the good stuff as well. But yeah. LAB, you're riding it like an F1 car. So pretty good. That is more my style. Do you know, it's funny. The other, I don't know, probably a week ago or something, but I seen my brother at some point, and he said, because he was like upstairs, and yeah, he was like, oh yeah, were you listening to whale music earlier? He's like, I thought I could hear you listening to whale music. I was like, what the fuck? Thinking like, no. And then he was like, yeah, I could just sort of hear like that sort of thing. And it was like, oh, it turned out it was, yeah, a hot lap of the Nürburgring in a Mazda 787B. I was watching, like, my lap. It was as I was deleting some stuff out of, like, my memory, but yeah, not my memory, my PlayStation. And then I was just watching that, but it was just funny that he just randomly said, yeah. Was it whale music? And it was no, it was a race car. One of the nicest sounding race cars on the planet. Which is why I was watching the video. It's one of them, I've said it, and I will at some point. It's a video that's completely of no use, but I am going to upload my hot lap of the Nürburgring in 787B. I might do the XJV12 as well. It's funny because it's random, but my real dad had a wooden, just like a fairly cheap wooden clock that looked like something you'd, I don't know, almost, well, I mean, looked too, say, fancy for that, but looked like something a kid had made in, like, design class at school or something. And it had an XJ V12 on it. And just the random thing is, that came out in 1988, and that was the year I was born. And he liked Jags, because he had an XJ V12 when I was a kid. And yeah, it's just one of the few things that he had. And there's a hot lap as well I've got of that going around the Nürburgring, which was that's another really nice sounding car as well. What's that mission in the bag? Did I? Oh no, I didn't click off it. $5.5 grand. Not very good on the pay. I think because they give you a watchtower, they kind of assume that's part of the payment. But considering the, I mean, do you know what? There's another good example. There's watchtowers which, as you've seen just now, was just a good excuse in this case to go and deliver the logs with the burlack and so on. But that's a chunk of missions in this phase, and I've already explored the maps. I should imagine the majority of people have probably done something similar with radar trailers, etc. Or you're purposely kind of holding out and making yourself get the watchtowers to uncover the map. But yeah, they're not very useful to me, like, because I've already explored the map. And that's just a good example of, like, yeah, and they don't pay very well. Again, money doesn't strictly matter because I used the mod cheat on this one, but yeah, they're not the most useful of missions this time, this phase. But I will say, nonetheless, say for getting it to Watchtower and that's the payout at the end. That actual mission itself was a nice mission, so that's what I mean. There's not a lot of, like, flow into it and all, but I can't really say any given mission is like a bad mission as such. Probably that rail one, again, it just, I kind of get extra awkward about. I wanted to cross the bridge at that point because that should be an option, but I suppose that could have been a lot more simple if I just drove round and all the rest of it. Well, I don't know, putting the rail on the loaf, to be honest, and getting across the bridge. Quite enjoyed that. Why are all of these locked? Oh yeah, so we can go back and do this mission now. That's the one I was supposed to be doing. And then I got sidetracked by wanting to go log in with Burlack. So, beams and planks. So I could do with, say, a dolphin setup with a sideboard and a ramped flatbed. And beams. I could get the Burlack with a ramped flatbed. So let's do that. Let's road train them back to which gateway? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna have to go and recover at least the dolphin anyway to change the setup. Do you know what? I can't remember off the top of my head. It might block me. The mod version might not, but it might not let me put a ramped flatbed on because I've got the front of the login trailer on. I'm sure I just can't. There's been so many bugs and everything going on recently. I've kind of it triggers some kind of memory in my head, but I can't quite remember exactly what it is. But there's just something. I know something related to the trailers and the front of the login thing. Or it wouldn't let me attach the back of the it wouldn't let me attach the login trailer because I didn't have the front login and attachment. It was one way or the other. It was something like that. Again, I could go and sort of test it now, but between it being like AGL's mod anyway and Fox's trailer mods, even if it worked, it doesn't necessarily mean that it would in the game anyway, so. The trailer's getting its wiggle on, but carry on. Makes them feel better. Say it's weird, it's sort of trailer jiggling is almost like dampening my steering input on the little inputs anyway. It's not so bad once you hold the stick down, but it is actually yeah, it's kind of like countering just the little inputs. It's sort of actually quite funny. Why it's wiggling? The burlack isn't. Dolphin, isn't it?
Yeah, they call me Sleepy Hollow the way I go my whole life with no head.
Do you know what? I've not seen. I'm sure it's that film I've not seen. Is that? Oh no. Yeah. It's not the reason. I know there's that Invisible Man something or other film more recently, but no, I might be getting the films mixed up. What's the one where he's invisible? But yeah, not the new film where he's got that fancy suit or whatever. Which I don't even think I've seen that film, but that's probably the one people might think of if you just say it, a film with an invisible man in it. Is it LAB or just Labby? My PS4 makes sounds like F1. Old. Do you know what? Mine's more recently been finally reaching the upper RPM limit. I assume because it sounded like it was trying to break past some kind of barrier, but it couldn't. Yeah, they do get incredibly loud. Someone did say years ago they get very loud, and I already agreed with them, assuming the noise my PlayStation was making was already pretty loud, and I assumed it was as loud as it was going to get. But yeah, they weren't bullshitting. Like a year or two later, the thing really just randomly one night kicked in, and it was like, what the hell? Thing sounded like a Hoover going off or something. It's like, it's got some serious, whatever it's doing, it is revving those fans up pretty damn hard. A happy trailer. It seemed to like it. We'll see if it seems a bit more normal this time. Again, I wouldn't even really call it a bug, but random little things like that I don't mind. Right. Beams. I'm going to get the burlack to there. And plank. So yeah, I'm going to have to recover the dolphin anyway. I'll release you, trailer. suppose really could have. Basically, I was gonna just recover the dolphin, but then I got excited and floored it, and now I'm driving the dolphin instead. So at which point I probably could have carried on doing a road train. Bit of an awkward cliff. Get a tree. I just knew when AGL said he was going to make a version of the dolphin, it was like, oh, this is going to be nice. And it is. Yeah, I just knew. I already like the in-game dolphin, and that's a vanilla truck. But this thing, I really could drive the shit out of it for a very, very long time on this game. It's like pretty much now I have these two. Like an AGL version of Dolphin, and like I could quite happily, if these were the only mods I was allowed. Well, I suppose like the trailers I'd like, but you know what I mean. Trucks wise, I could certainly stick with these. Like, I don't know why, every time you get a yard like this, they always make it unreasonably awkward to get into the yard unless you go to the specific way in, which what's the fun in that? Oh yeah, I've not even got a trailer yet. Oh, do you know what? I'm curious. Did I craft enough wood? 6 cargo left. Almost. I was a genius for a second. When I decided to craft 6 extra. Right, where is the... Oh, it's weird, that, of the worst phase we're talking about, burning milk, one thing that did happen, I seem to remember helped. You know, had those lights shining up in the sky so you could see a beam? Like just when you looked around, you sort of knew where the garage was. It was burning mill, wasn't it? I'm sure there was something shining in there. It just made it very easy to spot the garage. So, I mean, current does not take any prisoners in this game. We are going to survive because we're golden in the lake, but yeah, just said it before, but the current really is, there ain't no joke in this game, like, it's the real deal. Everything. Points. Don't even have to go. That tree had a bit more meat to it. I would have used it as a prop and jump that wall. But if this wasn't a live stream now, I'm telling you now, I will get over that wall. Like, I can already think of about 8 different ways I'd attempt to get over there. Well, I'm going back to the garage. Do you know what? I'm only going to drive around to the front and then recover anyway. So, well, saying that, not so hasty. Got the sideboard. I only need a trailer, like a horse one. So, we drive around. Of course, it doesn't bring me up on the menu now. For some reason, it's been quite a lot tonight, more than usual. but it just understeered. I should have just accepted it was going to and gone round the outside originally. Yeah, I might make this probably the last mission as well. So we'll do that pretty quick. Since I don't know why I came this way, I sort of do and I don't. I went this way in the Loaf and the Neo Falcon. So I kind of remembered it was an option to get into this place, but I certainly wouldn't recommend it as the route of choice. Well, I don't know. I might do. Not objectively, but scenically and challenge-wise. I mean, that's what I kind of find in this game. You know, with like hard mode and all the rest of it, I sort of I suppose you can almost tailor your own hard mode, and obviously you can do this in actual hard mode as well, so it'll still make it even harder. That's what he said. But yeah, picking vehicles that are either awkward, like that are going to make the mission more difficult, or I mean, it'd be offensive to even suggest such a thing. But with the Loaf, is he already unpacked? I mean, yeah, you can just kind of make missions a bit more juicy. Kind of a hard mode, depending on like what vehicle and route you choose, really. I don't know what's. It's packed. So unless I'm missing something. How's it open? Weird to see another random bug. Just the option to pack and unpack wasn't there, which is, I'll be honest, is rare. It's happened a few times, but that bug actually doesn't happen. That's probably like the third or fourth time it's got me in, I don't know, like year or two or something. But it's kind of funny that it chose tonight to do it. Oh, again, saving cogs really picked that. And just see the shitty cranes. Something so simple, and it just can't do it. But again, I could try in half an hour and it does it. Oh, for fuck's sake. I did press the same button that should have gone back to the winch point it was on. Ah, you fucking long bastard game. Now, where's the winch point gone now? Does make a meal out of some shit. No, you can fuck off. I was going to drive on top of the trailer. Fuck it. The game just doesn't want to have fun. When someone was saying about the frame rate earlier, yeah, is it just me? It feels like the frame rate's gone a bit weird in this yard. Seems a bit more back to normal now. I don't know. Something feels like it's A bit stuttery than normal then. It's pretty normal there with the loaf. Well anyway. I'll get this undone as well. Released the trailer because I was going to recover it, but probably going to drive back. I know I could do it, I'm going to say get out of it, but I just thought as well, where I'm driving isn't even the garage, it'll be back to that bloody... It'll be the yellow square it showed me for the... where I just got the wood from. That's quite cool as well. And it's got a log crane, which is a nice option to be offered. Oh yeah, I've seen someone said in the comments, because I said about the Burlak wouldn't attach all the trailers, and they said it's got different hitches. Yeah, I appreciate like mentioning it, because you definitely correct. I'm assuming like I had that one on that says is for heavy trailers, and I'd imagine out of anything, the ramped flatbed and stuff would certainly be included in that. Oh yeah, I was supposed to... Do you know what, let's go and see if it does attach. Again, it might not even be the same, or it might have been something that was just blocking me with a different vehicle, but I was supposed to... Yeah, so it's alright, it's going to let me anyway. It's actually, if you sit a loaf over that, he hangs in there very well. That is also a loaf carriage. I've tried and tested that many times, and it works. Even if you need your winch for something else, like it'll hang in there pretty good. In fact, you know, I might have to go and get one and demonstrate, since we're near enough at the end of the live stream. Where did my last loaf end up? Recover him. I just need like, you know, we just whistle. I'll just build another one. You know, them things you can get on your keys that make a noise. Need something, because again, I apparently own fucking hundreds of them, but I can only ever find like one or two of them. I'm gonna leave the tyres as they are. As much as I do like the Zix tyres. But you know, well, I'm not going to put them on, I'll just scroll to the nearest full size ones. That's what she said. Did you like that? The Bye Bye Man. That movie is garbage. I don't know with that one. I don't know if I've heard of The Bye Bye Man, unless that was like autocorrect. Oh, actually, sorry, it's Hollow Man, isn't it? Is it? Yeah. And then you said Sleepy Hollow. That's what. Yeah, I think it's the Hollow Man I've not seen. Or no, Sleepy Hollow. I don't know, that's what I mean, that's what threw me. I think, yeah, the Hollow Man I actually watched not long ago. That was it. It was Sleepy Hollow. I've not seen yet, and I remember as a kid, a mate of mine had it, but I never got around to borrowing, like, I don't know, even a bloody VHS back then. These were the days. There's little things like when someone said the other day, or probably more than the other day, yeah, like the old TVs, and they meant the ones with a big fat back, like a cathode ray tube one or whatever, but it was just like, what? It's not old tellers. That's tellers. These ones are new tellers. difference. And yeah, just like, you know, you can download stuff now, like music and that. But it was pretty clever when you think there's more technology now and that. So, more scope for options. Sorry, that was actually me. The one time it picked the right vehicle, I accidentally hit up on the D-pad. Do you know what? I completely lost my train of thought when I said that. There's more scope for options, and then I lost it. Anyway, no, don't need a winch. I'll remember in a sec. But yeah, look, he'll hang on pretty well. Oh, I need 2 beams. Oh yeah, beams. 2 slot. So I did get the right trade. I was just thinking, should I have got in that? Could have got 2 slot instead. Yeah, even when you're rallying around, like, he just hangs on there pretty well. And it's funny, because if you wanted to drive over something, the loaf will drive over it. But this is how he works his magic, when he hooks on, like, the sideboard as well. He hangs on for dear life, but then if you need him to drive over the sideboard, he will. Right, I'm hoping I've got beams already built. If it just drives over like that, the understeering got me a little bit there, but yeah, this thing actually just drove over the corner. I'm surprised it didn't have some insane hitbox.
Ron Mickelson, good morning, Wolf. It's been a minute since I caught a live stream. You good, I trust?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. How are you doing? Yeah, sort of getting there, but you never know. We'll probably all go to shit tomorrow. It's usually the way it goes. I thought I don't want to have a good time anymore, because there's always something to come along and turn it back to a bad one. I'd rather stick to an average time. But yeah, overall not too bad, cheers. Right, well I am going to drive that way, but now I'll leave it here. And then yeah, across the river. What could possibly go wrong with 6 individually loaded pieces of cargo on a river crossing? Probably nothing. That's the same bit of river. Probably something. Might at least go diagonal. Current is pretty. Could do with going a bit further upriver. Oh shit, they've got me in life. I have to cancel the whole mission. I knew it was an unkillable one. I just had to see it, like, surely you wouldn't put a tree that little and unkillable right where I need to be, but they did. Back. Like. We may stall. More. I think the Dolphin's going to handle it because I've got a winch, but I'll be amazed if the trailer doesn't tip, to be honest. But it's bloody thinking about it. Luckily, because the Dolphin got to the other side and kind of got back to its wheels quick enough, it stopped the trailer fully going, but I'm betting that was inches away from hearing that noise you don't want to hear. I don't know why I picked this route, because then I end up at the back end of the garage, which really is a bit of a terrible option. Apparently just ran it over. Might shoot because like when I got near it, all of a sudden just auto disconnected my launch. He does have some serious turning circle when he needs to. Then that steering ring kicks in. See how it selected the camera? I already instinctively knew that it was not going to select the loaf just because I needed the loaf. If I wanted the Kenworth, it would have selected the loaf. Well, there's the pack. Game. For what it's worth, it's probably the first time I can pack the loaf. The game is now cock blocking me with the menu, which is weird. It did it unblocking it a few minutes ago. But yes, he can get packed on there. I've packed loafs on the trailer like, I don't know, 100 times. Didn't think he'd hang on that long to go, I was going to say. Right, I need to check one more. Just to confirm, I don't know if there's a bug going on or what. I'm pretty sure it is, because again, I've had this in multiple videos and everything. You just drive, in worst case I'll drive onto the wood, but the game's gonna be a dick. It's like a fine game. Loaf. Well, outsmart him. See? There's still no pack cargo, which doesn't make sense. Oh, sorry, pack vehicle. We'll stay on there, Dan. Sure, it's an inconvenient time for it to happen. I actually like this one road break because they give it a nice ramp that end. See, if you actually hit that pretty quick, you get some nice air. Blur that out so I could reach it with a winch. The chances of it getting the correct vehicle. Can really not reach from here. I wish they'd extend like how far that change vehicle option. So when packed vehicles isn't working, so you get yourself a loaf carriage log carriage thing. He doesn't need to be packed, and he doesn't need a winch. Which I want to have it as the lead vehicle. I'll take this one. See how long the loaf stays on that. We've got another loaf, so. Truck, please. Theory, going in a straight line. Should be on. Well, yeah, all in all, I don't really want to say it and jinx it, but pretty successful night emissions, which I'm owed that after the last 3 days of horrificness trying to get that really simple mission done. Again, other than what happened with me, doing the Orsto, the Taste of Tinseltown or whatever it's called, it was actually not a bad mission in and of itself. So, I didn't want to, like, yeah, kind of hold that mission personally responsible. I actually quite enjoyed the mission. Even, like, the first 3/4 of the mission, it was when I was towing the 57X around that corner and I hit, like, the rock with the derry behind and it all tipped. That was when the night had only just begun. Not the previous night.
I think I've confused you too much. I'll retire from talking about it at the time.
Helps to talk a bit like yeah, no, it was because it's been Halloween recently. I think I've seen Sleepy Hollow on, not watched it, but you know, like the film or something, recommended on Prime, and yeah, I don't know why, sorry, it was the Hollow Man, that's what jumped in my head, and I knew one of them I've seen, one of them I haven't. Yeah, Sleepy Hollow's like, well, again, I've not seen it, but he's got no head, hasn't he? Like, is he on a horse or something? Like, I don't know, it's been a blue screen. Something's going on, that's not me. I'm getting about 1 frame every 2 seconds. I drive forward. I don't think I've ever had it. Go like this bad. Yes, auto gear. Fucking tosser getting gear. Well, yeah, this is another new one. Now my remote's buzzing. Oh no, it stopped. I don't know if this is going to crash. I'm going to try and... Jesus Christ, this makes things awkward. I mean, do you see what I'm saying though? I'm not just going mad. The game is really being a tosser recently to me. Get your handbrake off. Like, it's only letting me input. You know, every time the frame unfreezes, that's the only time I can input. That's why, like, just for example, the handbrake was taking ages. I mean, maybe it's something just near this yard, so I'm hoping when I get away from it. Honestly, not for this length of time. I've never had this happen to me, like... I think in it, like, mod playthrough on my normal one, so... I don't even think it's related to... I don't know, like doing a road train or anything. I've just disconnected that. It's not made a scrap of difference. Is it really going to make me do the rest of this mission like this? Like a snail? Is that for me? Michelle Myers joke. This is what I get. Well, put it this way. The live stream, we'll say, is over. But I'm at least going to have to try and get this vehicle to its destination, since we're pretty close. But I certainly couldn't recommend anybody actually watching me crawl to the destination at, yeah, like a frame every 2 seconds. But I'm gonna, because this is the kind of stubbornness. It'll haunt me forever if I don't. I'll be in bed in 20 years and be like, remember when you didn't finish that mission because it was doing 1 frame every 2 seconds? Admittedly, I only want to get this trailer there. I might get the dolphin there as well, but I'm not actually. It's just the fact that I was so close, and it's going to make me have to drive at this rate. But now I'm going to have to start steering. I'll start steering now, it might steer by Christmas. Is that wide enough? Yeah. Again, it'll only listen to what I'm doing during the little unfreezing moment, so this is actually more difficult than it looks. That's it. Like, is it my... I wonder if it's the game? That's my... I sort of say it's my PlayStation dying, but I'll be honest. I feel like something would have crashed by now. Like, it feels oddly... I don't know. Other than the fact it's doing what it's doing. It actually feels quite sort of oddly smooth and consistent with how it's doing it. Again, just to get cargo management open was quite tricky then. And then obviously I can only deliver stuff. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about this one. Yeah, the live stream, the time in the top corner is still ticking along as normal. But it's not the whole game. Oh, God, now I'm going to try and press the menu. What does it do? If it doesn't even let me move, yeah, so it really has lost its marbles. I'm not even bothered about doing the oh, there it is over there. I've got the map rotated. Yeah, I'm not going to do the dolphin as well, to be honest, because I actually... It'd be a nice place to start next week's live stream if it's still working, but it'll remind me to just even bring the subject up. Yeah, if I can drive like the dolphin just to finish the mission off. I can't, at least taking that first trailer there, I've kind of... Yeah, I can't, like, as I'm scrolling down the menu, whatever, something's freaked out with the game, and it's... I'm getting, like, yeah, 1/10 of a second to do something every 2 seconds, so... That's a new one on me. I've never had that happen before. I don't even know specifically why it did. Didn't even feel like a lot was particularly going on. I drove near that warehouse, for what it's worth. It kind of feels like around... I might have touched the box to where it was going to offer me cargo, and then, yeah, this has happened.
Yeah, I'll just read a couple of these comments, and then Zatanna XYT, that a modded Burlack 6x6.
Yeah, it is, and AGL version, yeah, very nice to be honest. His mods are, but yeah, it's nice for the fact that I think the Burlack sort of sucks as the in-game version, so to actually have, like, yeah, it's more important to have a nice version of that, because there isn't, whereas like the Dolphin, as much as I quite comfortably say is a very easily got to be in among my top favourite vehicles that AGL's done, but the in-game version is like my favourite truck anyway, of trucks anyway, other than like the Loaf Scout, but yeah, it was less needed, which is probably also why he didn't say it wasn't the first truck he modded or whatever, but yeah, it's just very nice to have, like, to drive it around, because to be honest, for the last week or so, like I said, I started doing a gameplay and review video that I not abandoned, I just got sidetracked with, like, yeah, this thing can't even break a tree down, and I just got sort of, yeah, ended up spending a few hours doing stuff that wasn't strictly going to end up being like in the gameplay and review video, and then I knew by then I'd run out of enough time to get it done, so I went on to some other stuff. Labie, how many hours do you play on a day? It's a good question. It's obviously been a little bit all over the place recently, so if you say you forget, I don't know, the last like month or two, because it has been a bit hectic, it's honestly going to be somewhere in the region of probably like, let's say 5 to 10 hours, but strictly speaking, some of the ones where it's like near a 5 hour, you might get the odd one where it's like 4 in that. It's very rare, really. Like, even if the video ends up being like a 10-minute mission, if I knew ahead of time I was going to do that mission and just click on the game, set the mission up and go, it'd probably take me about maybe half an hour, because I'm going to then build the trucks and plan the route and whatnot. But yeah, it's a lot of I'm then going through the missions, deciding which mission I want, then looking where the stuff is I've got to take, then going through trucks to kind of build something that'll work on the video, sort of thing, like that. Actually, I can, you know, if I need a crane or enough cargo room and all that. Yeah, and then there might be a little bit of faffing around, or just me messing around with the loaf and stuff, mainly, to be honest. So yeah, even on like a small that ends up being like a 10-15 minute video, I've probably still been on for a while. But the exploration videos take, yeah, like a lot of time. Probably even if I'm going like, see, that's one of the rare exceptions where as soon as I get on to do the exploration video, I already know what I'm gonna do, so I literally, I am already getting the footage kind of just after I put the game on. And yeah, that still takes a good 6 hours, maybe 8 hours just to get the footage. But then on top of that, I'm editing as well. So say like, how many hours do I play a day? It's probably half the amount I actually spend doing SnowRunner in general, because half of it's, say, spent editing. Yeah, but it literally can be like 5 to 10 hours a day, and then 5 to 10 hours a day editing, which ends up being, some days does go on where yeah, I've been up for basically like 20 hours or whatever. But as I get a little bit sort of got a bit quicker at editing, or at least knowing what to edit. It was like that Isle of Man video was a whole new kettle of fish to edit, because I don't even know, well, that probably actually that's a bad example, because it was just like one clip going around the island. But if I was going to edit something from a different game, I sort of wouldn't know where to start. At least now with SnowRunner, I know what footage I'm after, so I at least sort of know where to jump to in the cuts and all the rest of it and get on with it. Yeah, doing another video would now, I'd be probably very slow at editing again.
Did you mark that? Headless horseman, who needs head when you have a loaf? Exactly. He's using your head. Get a goddamn horse with a vehicle. Ron Mickelson, yeah, the game's been very glitchy lately. Don't know what's gone wrong. Annoying for sure. Yeah, it's... Again, this is actually the first... Is it still doing it? Yeah. This is still the first... sorry, this bug is the first time I've had it... This particular one happen. I don't know if that's like this phase related, mod related, or if it's just one of those 1 in 1,000 kind of, like, I might reset the game or whatever and it just never does it again for another years. But yeah, just like I say, all some of the things that have become unpolished over the years, that's what personally has been biting the hell out of me recently. Is stuff that just used to work better, like the winches, the cranes, trailers, packing cargo, trucks that have enough power to move the wheels when they're on level ground. That's a bit of a luxury. Well, it was on the whatchamacallit, yeah, on that Derry. I was not liking it. Labie, trolls are back. I didn't see any, but I don't know if
I'm looking on my phone at the minute, although I suppose I am actually caught back up. I could look at the TV again. Labie, wow, a lot of respect, man. No, I appreciate it, dude. Again, I like that. It's a hell of a lot of fun. In many respects, obviously when you get in the bugs and that, but that's kind of a separate thing. But yeah, like I say, I like doing it as well, so I appreciate you guys watching the videos, otherwise there wouldn't be much point, I suppose. Brandon Cordial, hey Mr. Lone Wolf, how are you doing? Again, thanks for the compliment. I should say that's what she said. Yeah, I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. How are you doing? I say we're pretty much, if you have just joined, about at the end of the stream, because among other things, I've got some weird bug where, yeah, I'm getting like 1 frame every 2 seconds. I don't even think it's strictly frame rate. I think it is actually beyond frame. I think it's the game as well, because it's not even, well, I suppose it's doing a bit like the saving cogs do, because when they appear sometimes they block like the odd button you're pressing. But yeah, for what it's worth, just I am holding the camera panning analog stick round, like, so that's the level of movement. It does look like it's freeing up a bit though. Well, they're bigger movements. That's what she said. Per. Yeah. It says that, but try to open the menu. I had a noise change. No, now it's going to move slow again. Oh no, they just need time to speed up. Oh my god, it actually landed on the vehicle. That's rare enough. Normally, let alone with this current thing going on. Yeah, I kind of still, I don't want to complete the mission, because again, I would like this to kind of, I don't know, it's not even to be some kind of tune in next week to find out. It's just the fact that it's freed up a little bit though. I was wondering if, in theory, there's a chance it could fix itself, because the fact that it's yeah, just getting better is already like, I don't know, normally when you get a bug in a game, it's a turn it off and reset it job. It's very rare it gets itself back out of the bug, especially one as serious as this. Brandon Cordo, I'm good, thanks for asking. Yeah, good man. Like I say, I'm going to end the stream. I just seen 4:04:44 on the time. Oh yeah, did my video, was it 44 minutes 44 seconds in the end? Sorry, I've got to go, oh it was, nice. So they had to make it 44:43, because for whatever reason it adds an extra second on when I upload it. I don't know where that second is. I don't know how it becomes available, but yeah. Yeah, I'll stop it, because like I say, I actually don't want to get the dolphin there anyway, because otherwise it's just, yeah, I'd like to see next week, like, myself, how this mission will end, if it'll, imagine if this is just what it does on my mod playthrough now. I doubt it, but touch wood. Yeah, imagine that, that'd just be it now. It'd be like, oh, well, that's that whole playthrough just fucked. Well, do you know what I'd do? I'd have to do one video, though. Even if it was a short video, where I edit all the pauses out. Like, in theory, I could edit them all out and have a clean bit of footage still, but my god, it would take some editing. Yeah, right, I'm going to hit the button. But I appreciate everyone, yeah, popping in and hanging out and whatnot. As for videos, again, I know I'm going to be busy and I've got stuff to do, so it might be a bit hectic here and there, but there is enough short missions in the game. If I actually just stop dicking around and getting sidetracked, testing everything and all the rest of it, I might actually be able to just squeeze one in there, so to speak. Oh, hang on, clicked off me.
live stream thing on my phone, so I can't see the comments. LaB, okay, got a Corsair is waiting and I want to play too. See you soon, I hope. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Cheers for popping in, dude. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm gonna head off. Ron Mickelson. Well, that sounds tedious. What would that be, editing it? It would be, but after doing yesterday's one, that was a horrific amount of editing. Yesterday's one is probably got to be top 5 longest videos to edit. Or maybe not longest, but most edits and stuff to go through. Probably only not the longest edit. Like, it took me probably about 11 hours, but I think the loaf video, that took me probably 15-20 hours. That took me about 40 hours to make the loaf video, and that was pretty much straight through. That was it was the whopper. He deserved it. He did earn it, but yeah, that one was a bit of a killer to get that done. Did you like that? Cheers. Appreciate you getting to the hangout. You're probably my favourite SnowRunner YouTuber at this point. No one else really presents anything. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's one of them where the game's gone on for long enough that I suppose a lot of people have moved on to newer games and all sorts. But again, I still really like the game, so I enjoyed like still playing it. It's just one of them. If I got bored of it completely, there's obviously you get days and whatnot where it's like, I'm not too fussed today, but yeah, just the concept of the game I really enjoy. So I'm in theory, as long as there's no maps and all the rest of it, I sort of can't get bored of it because it's just a concept I enjoy. But yeah, right, I'm going to hit the button so I can end the live stream. But yeah, I appreciate everyone popping in. Enjoy the rest of your morning, evening, afternoon, or whatever it is, what time where you are. And yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back at some point. It's not worth saying when anymore because even I don't know myself, but I will. Yeah, until then though, take care, and I'll be back soon.